Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
The culture in which they grew up with was not this culture. The culture in which they grew up with was not this culture in which black kids grew up in America today.
So they had...
There's no gangster rap that was pervasively available in Germany. I mean, the average of black kid today, I think, is probably better off, certainly materially, than say Ben Carson was when he was growing up.
Ben Carson, the famous black surgeon at Johns Hopkins.
Right.
Who is immensely accomplished in every way.
Yes.
Right.
I would say that certainly the black kids who are growing up today have a higher material standard of living than I had. The difference was that the schools were good when I came along. They were especially good in New York at that time, hard as that is to believe. But the kids who grew up in that same place where I lived, they will not get that same education. Now that can be blamed on somebody, but it has very little to do with what happened 100 or 200 years ago. And it's true in other countries. I mean, in Nigeria, for example, there's a tribe, the Igbos, who are living in one of the least fertile parts of Nigeria, who were in fact enslaved in centuries past by other tribes and so on. When the British moved in and set up schools, the Igbos went for the schools. By the time Nigeria became independent, the Igbos had climbed above the other groups that had been ahead of them to begin with. But there are all kinds of cross currents of factors, the particular culture, or the particular geography. You run through the whole list of them.
You cite in Intellectuals and Race, you cite an observation by the intelligence expert, IQ scientist James Flynn, that just stopped me cold. After the Second World War, you've got large numbers of American troops remaining in Germany. For that matter, there's still several tens of thousands there today. And both black and white American soldiers had children with German women. And Flynn discovered that those children growing up in Germany showed no IQ differences at all. The black kids and the white kids, the same. Quoting Intellectuals and Race, Professor Flynn concluded that the reason was that the offspring of black soldiers in Germany, and now you're quoting Professor Flynn, grew up in a nation with no black subculture, close quote.
That's a horrible conclusion.
Which means what? Which means they experienced exactly the same expectations. Is this
No, the expectations are external. The culture in which they grew up was not the culture in which black kids grew up in America.
This anti-black bullshit.
So there's no gangster rap.
There was no gangster rap.
That was pervasively available in Germany.
So here's what I'm getting. There is something about black subculture in America
I think there were
today
just better schools
that holds African Americans themselves back.
Yes. In fact, I went into this in a previous book.
Such a bad
About
conclusion.
black rednecks and white liberals, because that same subculture.
Let's talk about two of your books here.
That's funny,
Go ahead.
Spike D.
Because that very
That might be
same
a show title.
subculture held whites in the South back as well. That in the time this mental testing in the First World War turned up, among other things, the fact that whites from various 4 or 5 southern states scored lower on the mental test than blacks from 4 or 5 northern states. And so it really was a question of the subculture that was there, which was a handicap to both.
All right. And so whose job is it to say, wrong subculture, folks, you're harming yourselves?
Well, I would think in an ideal world that intellectuals might take on that task, but the world that we live in, I've noticed, is not ideal.
All right. What is to be done? Take a look at President Lyndon Johnson speaking at Howard University in 1965.
Oh, yes.
But freedom is not enough. You do not wipe away the scars of centuries by saying now, you are free to go where you want and do as you desire and choose the leaders you please.
Cute hat.
You do not take a person who for years has been hobbled by chains and liberate him, bringing up to the starting line of a race, and then say, you are free to compete with all the others, and still justly believe that you have been completely fair.
It's pathetic. It's not a question of, there's no you who has the control to be completely fair or completely unfair. I mean, the circumstances are, so someone once criticized the mental tests on grounds that the tests were unfair. And I think it was David Reisman who said, the tests are not unfair. Life is unfair, and the tests are measuring the results. But who has control of life? Who has control of the past? Who has control of the culture that people have in the present, which they've inherited from the past?
So Lyndon Johnson, in fact, although good liberal that he was, at least in regard, Lyndon Johnson had a complicated career and changed positions on issues many times, but good liberal though he was at that moment, he was in fact engaging in a breathtaking arrogance.
Yes.
On 2 counts. One, that white people were the ones who were responsible for where black people stood in the race, that it was up to whites entirely, that blacks, as he described, I mean,
devastating.
Black people are passive, they're acted upon.
That's right, that's right.
And then the second act of arrogance is the supposition that somehow the federal government could fix it.
Yes, it is staggering. But if you wanted to be charitable, you could say, well, he said this in 1965. But if you say, all right, why are people now repeating it in 2013 when we've had nearly half a century of experience to the contrary? And if you look within the black community, those blacks who had escaped what I call the black redneck culture, they've moved on. So, but it's the culture the different parts of the black community had. They were different.
Daniel Patrick Moynihan, in his famous 1965 report entitled "The Negro Family: The Case for National Action," close quote. Longish quotation, but it gets to something, I believe. Moynihan, the fundamental problem is that of family structure. The Negro family in the urban ghettos is crumbling. A middle class has managed to save itself, but for vast numbers of the unskilled and poorly educated, the fabric of conventional social relationships has all but disintegrated. So long as this situation persists, the cycle of poverty and disadvantage will continue to repeat itself, close quote. When Moynihan wrote those words, the illegitimacy rate among African Americans was 25%. Today, the illegitimacy rate among white Americans is 36%. Among Hispanics, more than 50%, and among African Americans, more than 70%.
Yes.
Aside from throwing up your hands in despair, what is to be done?
the first thing to be done is to understand that this was a result of policies begun in the 1960s. This is not a legacy of what happened 100 years before the 1960s.
The breakdown of the black family is not a legacy of slavery.
No, if you the classic study of this goes all the way back to the era of slavery, and they find that most black kids, even under slavery, had lived with two parents, and that was true all the way up until the 1960s. And so, if you really want to find out what has happened, what's changed, it has changed since the 1960s. And the fact that whites now have a higher rate of illegitimacy than blacks had when Moynihan wrote suggests that this is something that spreads out. But if you look at something else, if you look at those blacks, look at black husband-wife
Look
families,
at him. Prevarication.
Poverty rate among such
Something
families
that spreads out,
has been in single digits every year since 1994. And so if you look at the external causes, why the husband and wife families and the welfare single mom families all are facing the same society and objective things, but the results are radically different because the cultures and values are different.
So you would roll back welfare. I guess that's the principal policy. So what would Tom Sowell do? One, you'd eliminate welfare, you'd reform welfare. What would you do?
Roll it back.
All right. And what about affirmative action?
Eliminate it.
Just gone.
Yeah.
Colorblind policy completely. All right. What prospect for that do you see?
None.
No black leader of any standing. I'm talking about a political leader as opposed to an intellectual such as yourself. You've got, there's you, there's Walter Williams. Do you get the sense that there's a growing generation, a rising generation of African-American intellectuals who say, enough of this, I'm with Tom Sowell?
Well, I don't know if they'll go that far. There's no point.
That would be asking a lot.
There's no point being reckless. But I think there are people like Shelby Steele and many others, Larry Elder. You can run through a long list, and there are more such people now than there were, say, in the 1970s. But in terms of political leaders, all the incentives politically are for black leaders to blame all problems in the black community on the larger society, and that enables them to take on the role of being the defender of the black community against enemies, which in turn creates the situation.
Yeah, I rarely stop these things in the middle, these beginning videos. So many bad assumptions and conclusions. Some right, some wrong. The thought that, explaining the higher, quote, illegitimacy rate in the white community because it spreads out. Well, what is it? Is he suggesting that, high illegitimacy rates in the black community spread to the white community? And my major problem with Thomas Sowell in this video is that he, like A.B. Brave, suggests that black culture, quote, black culture, is a separate entity from the larger culture. Bad assumption, bad conclusion. And this is one of the problems I tend to have with Thomas Sowell. Dude is just, I don't know where he gets this from, but I will just call it anti-black. And as far as, intellectual leaders in the black community, most black people, after all these decades, have no clue who Thomas Sowell is. And there's a reason for that. They don't know who Shelby Steele is. There's a reason for that. Some of his conclusions just defy common sense or, pragmatism or whatever. So we'll play this and then we'll move on from this. So many problems with Thomas Sowell and his conclusions.
In which many blacks don't feel that anything that they do is going to help themselves unless it's done politically as a group. That there's no point. I mean, why would you, if you believe what they say, why would you want to knock yourself out in school, knowing that the man is not going to let you get anywhere? One of the most pathetic things I heard in recent years was a young black man saying that, at one point he thought he would join the Air Force and become a pilot. And then he says he realized that the white man is not going to let a black man become a pilot. And he was saying this decades after the Tennessee Airmen had established their reputation in combat in Europe.
Tennessee Airmen?
But
he can't even get that right.
Hopelessness is one of the big
Tennessee
products of the race industry.
Maybe there's a group I don't know about.
You have no chance. I remember giving a talk at Marquette, and at the end of the talk, among the questions that was asked, a young black man got up and he said, even though I am graduating from Marquette University, what hope is there for me? And having gone through college when I was in the 50s, I don't remember any blacks saying that in the 1950s, when there was a lot more obstacles to overcome than there were when this guy is graduating from Marquette. But you have to produce that kind of feeling in order to serve the interests of those in the race industry.
Final question then. Maybe we can think in terms of that young man at Marquette, or let's put it this way. Somewhere watching this interview, there's a young Thomas Sowell. There's an African American who's smart and wants to do something with his life. It seems to me we've already got one piece of advice you'd offer to him is stay away from the races industry. Stay away from the what advice race hustlers. What advice would you give a young Thomas Sowell? How do you make something of yourself as an African American in America today?
The way anybody else would. You equip yourself with skills that people are willing to pay for.
All right, everyone, the great Thomas Sowell. So everyone, please make sure that you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Share the wealth. There, you can only get this analysis of Thomas Sowell this late at night or early in the morning from Stanley versus the World. Also, please make sure, if you would be so kind, subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000, and then we go from there. Got a bunch of news stories interspersed with some opinion pieces, and away we go. Let's see. I think the links are pinned at the top of the chats. So let's. This is Manhattan, and it's time late, but always enjoy seeing people walk around these various cities and, animals playing in the plains, that sort of thing. So let's start with this one. And I had these pieces in order, but they seem to have gotten out of order. But we'll just go with what we got, and I'll reorder on the fly. I agree with this piece. Michelle Goldberg, for the second night in a row, she can't believe anyone thinks Trump actually cares about anti-Semitism. My guess is he doesn't. Like those yarmulkes, though.
I can't believe anyone thinks Trump actually cares about anti-Semitism. This article is by Michelle Goldberg and read by an automated voice. About a decade ago, conservatives would often denounce Muslim immigration on the grounds that it threatened Western progress on gay rights. This posture, sometimes called homonationalism, got its start in Europe, then made its way into American politics with Donald Trump's first presidential campaign. In his acceptance speech at the 2016 Republican National Convention, Trump decried the murder of 49 people in a gay nightclub in Orlando, Florida, by the Islamist Omar Mateen. "As your president, I will do everything in my power to protect our LGBT citizens from the violence and oppression of a hateful foreign ideology," he said. A month later, he unveiled his proposal for the, quote, extreme vetting of Muslim immigrants, which would exclude anyone who failed to embrace a tolerant American society. It should have been clear at the time that Trump's putative concern for the safety of sexual minorities was simply a convenient wedge to try to divide the Democratic coalition. During his first term, he stacked the courts with judges who had opposed the rights of gay and transgender people and rolled back some of their workplace protections. Last year, he used a growing backlash to trans rights to propel himself back to power, where his administration has been on a crusade to strip federal funding from almost anything with LGBT in it. Trump's treatment of LGBT people should have been a lesson to anyone tempted to take his campaign against anti-Semitism seriously, when it is screamingly obvious that it's just a pretext to attack liberal institutions. Trump and his allies, after all, have mainstreamed anti-Semitism to an astonishing degree. Elon Musk, to whom Trump has outsourced the remaking of the federal government, is perhaps the world's largest purveyor of anti-Semitic propaganda, thanks to his website X. My For You feed recently served me a post of a winsome young woman speaking adoringly of the H-man, or Hitler. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the Secretary of Health and Human Services, once said the unvaccinated had it worse than Anne Frank. Just last month, Leo Terrell, the head of Trump's anti-Semitism task force, shared a social media post by a prominent neo-Nazi gloating that Trump had the power to take away Senator Chuck Schumer's Jew card. Trump himself, of course, dined with the Hitler-loving rapper Kanye West and the white nationalist Nick Fuentes. Yet I've been astonished to learn that some people believe that when the administration attacks academia for its purported anti-Semitism, it's acting in good faith. Speaking on CNBC last week, Jonathan Greenblatt, the head of the Anti-Defamation League, cheered Trump's attempt to exercise political control over Harvard, saying, quote, "It is a good thing that President Trump is leaning in." In a shocking interview with the New Yorker's Isaac Chotiner, the Holocaust historian Deborah Lipstadt, who served as a special envoy to combat anti-Semitism under Joe Biden, praised Trump's assaults on academia and its attempts to deport some pro-Palestinian activists. While in some cases she thinks the administration has gone overboard, she suggested that those who don't give the president credit for standing up for Jews suffer from, quote, Trump derangement syndrome. It seems to me that there's another sort of derangement at play here, rooted in the way Israel's defenders conflate all but the mildest criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. There have certainly been incidents of crude anti-Jewish bigotry in the protests that followed Hamas's attack on Israel on October 7, 2023. But too many backers of Israel can't seem to imagine a reason besides anti-Semitic animus for impassioned opposition to Israel's merciless war on Gaza. This leads them to vastly overstate the scale of anti-Semitism on the left and, in turn, to rationalize away Trump's authoritarianism as he attempts to crush progressive redoubts. As I write this, Israel has been blocking food, medicine, and fuel from entering Gaza for more than 50 days. The UN World Food Program has delivered its last stocks of food to Gaza's soup kitchens, which will shortly run out of supplies. As aid has dried up, the floodgates of horror have reopened, Secretary General Antonio Guterres said this month. Gaza is a killing field, and civilians are in an endless death loop. There are a couple of ways to interpret his words. One is that they're true. The other is that, as a spokesperson for Israel's foreign minister said, Guterres is, quote, spreading slander against Israel, just like all the protesters, many of them Jewish, now being punished at the administration's behest. In this view, escalating opposition to Israel can be understood only as the product of a kind of anti-Semitic conspiracy, one so vast and entrenched that extreme measures might be needed to thwart it. Many Jews, said Lipstadt, disappointed by how universities have behaved since October 7th, are relieved to see a strong, to use Passover terminology, a strong hand being used. In the Exodus narrative, the strong hand belongs to God. In Lipstadt's analogy, then, Trump is an agent of the divine. It seems clear to me that if your presuppositions about Israel lead you to sanctify Trump, they bear rethinking. But even Jews who continue to delight in Trump's animosity toward the Palestinians should be aware of the bargain they're making. In the right-wing nationalist movement that Trump leads, gutter anti-Semitism is often considered a cheeky transgression and a sign of in-group belonging. Holocaust denial has started cropping up on major podcasts like Tucker Carlson's and Joe Rogan's. A decade ago, it served Trump to align himself with gay rights. Now his administration either bans or discourages the mere use of the word gay, or the abbreviation LGBT. I'm not sure why anyone, let alone a scholar of the Holocaust, thinks Jews will fare better.
All right. Well, next, unfortunately, I'll have to read this, but there is a theme over the next couple stories. Mostly that even the people who voted for Trump, that is starting to crumble. Once they voted for Trump, now they're not sure they voted the right way, or they're a bit shakier. This is called, and this is another opinion piece. So what bothers me, Snake? No idea. You mean the yarmulkes? Absolutely not. Like I said, I wish I had one. Uh, the Generation Trump thesis is looking a lot shakier, if it ever was solid, but we'll go with it. It says here liberals spent much of 2024 coming to grips not just with the possibility that Donald Trump would return to the presidency, but that his victory might mark a generational turn. Somewhere between the vibe shift and the Pennsylvania shooting, between surveys showing young men lurching rightward globally and those showing that Black and Hispanic voters in America were too, between intra-left debates about whether Kamala Harris should go on the Joe Rogan podcast or whether liberals would jury rig their own version, a kind of fatalistic demographic despair set in on certain corners of the left, that a long period of liberal cultural dominance had come to an end, and that what lay on the other side was something like a MAGA future. In this view, a Trump victory wasn't just a devastating defeat for the left, it also marked a tectonic shift. 100 days in, the story looks different, with poll after poll showing whiplash reversals in support for Trump among those groups that seemed 6 months ago to define that generational realignment. It's not just that Trump is losing support and growing. That's bad. It's not just that Trump is losing support and growing unpopular, though he is, and at a remarkably rapid clip. It's that the very groups that seem to define his new coalition are abandoning him so quickly. According to the former Democratic pollster Adam Carlson, who aggregates political polling, Trump approval rating among Americans ages 18 to 29 has fallen by nearly 30 points since his first month in office. In the latest Time Siena poll, 69% of those ages 18 to 29 either strongly or somewhat disapproved of the job the president is doing, would be better. And although there are signs of an enduring gender gap, you can see some pretty strong disapproval just among young men. By the end of March, according to the Harvard Youth Poll, 56% of men 18 to 29 were somewhat or very unfavorable towards the president. If many of these respondents were disaffected voters, alienated from politics to begin with, the most straightforward explanation is that the backlash is simply a kind of mean reversion of political despair. It's also possible that not much has even changed, given that some analyses of the election suggest that Trump won young men, other polls that Harris did, and the gold standard data isn't yet available. The lessons for the midterms or future presidential elections are therefore unclear, even if you've been heartened by the signs that the president's actions are negatively polarizing the public on issue after issue. In parentheses, so far he seems to be making Americans more positive about free trade, for instance, or more supportive of international cooperation, or more open to immigration. I don't know about all that. For his entire first term, after all, Trump was a historically unpopular president whose extreme positions mobilized many millions of Americans in opposition, and then he waged a surprisingly competitive re-election campaign in 2020 and stormed back into the White House 4 years after that. which is all to say, none of this is written in stone, but probably that should also go for narratives of the unstoppable rise of the new youth right. Yeah, it's not all said and done yet. Trump can rebound. Again, not so much his goals as much as his methods that are problematic. And then we will go to this. This is a new Substack letter that I really like by a guy named Michael Podhorzer. He was very deeply involved with a trade union, and I can't remember which one off the top of my head. But this is interesting. This is titled The Trump Regime's War on Working People. And this goes back to my point that MAGA is essentially a faux populist movement, in that the leadership oligarchs that rode the working people's backs into power and are now actively working against working people. Whether you like to admit it or not, government employees are workers. Nothing wrong with trimming the fat, getting rid of redundancies, that sort of thing. But firing a bunch of people for no apparent reason is anti-worker. Government workers are workers. Whether you like what they do or not, that is something that can't be disputed. So let's listen to this.
The Trump regime's war on working people, the first 100 days. How unions are resisting authoritarian attacks on workers' rights, and why it matters for everyone. By Michael Podhorzer. Over the course of the first 100 days, appropriate attention has been paid to Trump's attacks on the judiciary, law firms, universities, philanthropy, nonprofit groups, and the media as dangerous in their own right, but more importantly as essential elements of authoritarian consolidation. Yet almost no one has mentioned the attacks on an equally proven constraint on oligarchy and autocracy: unions. Trump and Elon Musk's destructive ransacking of our government should remind us of what previous generations of Americans understood intuitively. That, end quote, we may have democracy, or we may have wealth concentrated in the hands of a few, but we cannot have both, as Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis put it. Like other attacks on civil society, the Trump regime's attacks on unions and working people do not just injure those directly targeted, but all of us, as the labor movement is one of the most essential bulwarks against authoritarianism. I've covered the indispensable role of unions in creating and protecting democracy and freedom in earlier weekend readings. Oligarchs understand power. Do we, as go unions, so goes America, more than the weekend. Unions, the past and the future of democracy, and then they came for the trade unionists. If we all have a stake in unions as bulwarks against authoritarianism, whether we belong to one or not, the same is true because of how unions foster shared prosperity and a healthy society, which I elaborate on here and here. In that regard, it is crucial to recognize the Trump actions as coming from the same playbook as Reagan's decisive firing of over 11,000 striking air traffic controllers. It was more than punitive. It communicated a clear, aggressive stance against unions nationwide. The immediate aftermath saw corporate America follow Reagan's lead, significantly increasing anti-union activities and adopting overt union-busting strategies. Reagan further entrenched anti-unionism by reshaping the NLRB into a body less protective of labor rights, reversing precedents that had previously safeguarded union activities. As it did then, today's federal war on working people comes at a key inflection point. Then it was the rush to globalization, coupled with financialization and deindustrialization. Now it is the imminent transition to artificial intelligence in the workplace. Musk's firings are providing a new playbook for that transition. Fire everyone so as to be able to start from scratch with AI with as little friction from a legacy workforce as possible. And although not the topic today, it's important to note here that with respect to Doge cleaning house to make way for AI, it's also cleaning house to make way for even more of the government to be privatized, providing a vast market for the tech companies' AI products and services. Although this future is not certain, it seems to be Musk's plan. First trash the government, then when the government fails, privatize. Today, I'll lay out some of the most egregious actions taken by the Trump regime in the first 100 days to attack unions and working people in both the public and private sectors. Much of this is based on indispensable research by the Economic Policy Institute, and it's just released 100 Days, 100 Ways Trump Hurt Workers. For more great reports like this, you can subscribe to EPI here. Then I'll document the robust pushback unions are mounting against the Trump regime's war on working people in the courts. Unions have also been in the forefront of mobilizing public action, most notably the AFL-CIO's Department of People Who Work for a Living, which in addition to leading and participating in protests, has organized town halls across the country. AFL-CIO President Liz Schuler declared, "The labor movement is not about to let Trump and an unelected billionaire destroy what we've fought for generations to build. We will fight this outrageous attack on our members with every fiber of our collective being." And significantly, even sectors mistakenly thought to be pro-Trump, like the building trades, powerfully responded to Trump's executive order eviscerating collective bargaining for federal workers. This executive order is an unprecedented assault on worker freedom and a direct attack on those fundamental rights. Americans know that patriotic blue-collar workers built this country, not billionaires. They also know that one of the last best chances to make it to the middle class is collective bargaining. NABTU and our affiliated unions will stand shoulder to shoulder with the entire labor movement to fight this head-on, and we will not back down. The Trump regime's attacks on unions and working people so far. Since retaking power, the Trump regime has launched a systematic assault on unions, collective bargaining, and civil service protections, significantly undermining the rights, wages, working conditions, and job security of working people across the country. In both public and private sectors, Trump's regime has methodically dismantled crucial institutions and regulatory protections that safeguard employees from unfair practices, discrimination, and unsafe working environments. The sweeping executive orders stripping over 1 million federal workers of union rights, targeted removals of key independent officials from agencies like the NLRB, FLRA, MSPB, and EEOC, and deliberate weakening of federal mediation and enforcement bodies have created chaos, instability, and a severe deterioration in government services that directly harm American communities. Trump's policies have aggressively cut wages, removed safety protections, eliminated essential training and apprenticeship programs, and severely damaged agencies responsible for ensuring workplace equity and non-discrimination. By firing critical personnel, rolling back progressive executive orders, and dismantling entire government agencies, including USAID and the CFPB, the regime has inflicted profound damage on public sector effectiveness and public trust. Attacks on unions and collective bargaining. In a sweeping executive order, stripped the collective bargaining and union rights of more than 1 million federal workers. Targeted and disabled the independent federal agency responsible for safeguarding these rights in the private sector. Trump removed Gwynne Wilcox from the National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, for allegedly unduly disfavoring the interests of employers, signaling his expectation for the NLRB to align with employers over workers. Did the same to Chair Susan Suey Grundman of the Federal Labor Relations Authority, FLRA, obstructing public sector collective bargaining adjudications at a time when there is mass upheaval. Nominated a partner from Morgan Lewis, a firm actively challenging the NLRB's constitutionality, as the agency's general counsel. Attacked other key independent agencies that protect workers' rights by firing Merit Systems Protection Board member Kathy Harris. The MSPB is an independent agency meant to protect the federal merit system, which protects federal employees from unfair employment practices from illegitimate partisan destruction. Firing Equal Employment Opportunity Commission Commissioners Charlotte Burrows and Jocelyn Samuels. The EOC is meant to protect American workers from discrimination. Reducing the function of the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service, which provides mediation, training, and facilitation to resolve disagreements between unions and employers. Clawed back recent wins for federal workers by limiting federal workers' recently ratified collective bargaining agreement. Rolling back an executive order requiring federal contractors to recognize existing unions in successor contracts and offer jobs to their predecessors' employees before hiring new workers. took back an executive order on expanding registered apprenticeships in federal employment or on federally funded projects, delayed the defense of a Biden-era rule that made it harder for employers to misclassify workers as independent contractors. Misclassification costs many workers about $5,000 to $20,000 a year, according to EPI estimates. DOGE, attacks on civil service, ordered indiscriminate mass firings of probationary employees and large-scale reductions to the federal workforce, which has already created chaos and a damaging deterioration in government services that has directly harmed communities. Moved to illegally dismantle entire agencies and fire their employees. Effectively shut down U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, and fired or put on leave its roughly 10,000 workers, with devastating effects on agriculture, human rights, and health initiatives around the globe. Attempted to shut down the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the only independent agency that ensures consumers are protected in the financial marketplace. Effectively shuttered Voice of America, the largest and oldest U.S. international broadcaster. Is threatening to dismantle USPS. Instituted a hiring freeze for the federal government. Declared nonpartisan and career civil servants to be political appointees, making them easier to fire for any reason and replace with loyalists, by reinstating Schedule F and politicizing career senior executive service officials. Sought to humiliate federal workers and degrade their experience at work by directing all federal agencies to terminate remote work agreements and require full-time in-person work. Requiring federal workers to justify their work by submitting a list of 5 things they accomplished each week. Offering deferred resignation to all federal
by the
employees.
way,
Compromise the
went
data and
nowhere.
privacy of federal workers, and potentially all Americans, by reportedly allowing DOGE to illegally access federal government systems. Attempted to unilaterally control the power of the purse by inserting DOGE in the approval and disbursement of federal contract, grant, and loans payments. Cutting workers' wages. Reduce the minimum wage for federal contractors, 25% to 60% cuts. Revoked, end quote, high road, end quote, employer policy that directed federal agencies to prioritize.
Kind of interested because this is, this list of things, complaints. How many more days till Musk goes back to his used car dealership? I've heard differing reports. Basically not doing day to day because he never really did day to day. But I've heard he's still gonna do like 1 or 2 days a week. But who knows? Let's just be hyperbolic and say Musk owns the government, owns the president. He'll work when he wants to work, DiCapriona. So SKC, you commented on unions. Hit the link if you want, but I kind of have the show laid out. So I do welcome comments. Hit the link if you have something to say. That is welcomed. So, and by the way, I was kind of more than half an hour late starting the show. I was over on Here for the Tea show, which I really love being on. So shout out to Here for the Tea and Mo Love and the other cast of characters over there. Always enjoy it. Gives me a good kind of like I don't know, kind of gets me in the mood of for talking to people. So they are definitely nice people over there. Real chill vibe until I show up. Then it gets a little contentious, but they tolerate my foolishness, and probably shouldn't. But shout out to them. Great women over there. So, barring the beating the dead horse over how Trump and MAGA in general, MAGA is nominally or faux populist. but in the end, it is oligarchical in nature. It's very top heavy with billionaires, including the president, who is supposedly a billionaire. Um, People often vote against their best interests, and you know, I don't say it much, and I will get to say it more, but wrong choice for president, in my opinion. And thank God there's no one up here to give me whataboutism is in response. So this is Josh Hawley and the Republican populists. Speaking of populism, so Josh Hawley, by the way, Yale Law grad. Forget where he went to undergrad, but it was Ivy League. So having an Ivy League senator be a populist, um, it is certainly possible, but in Hawley's case, not probable. He's just a far right MAGA guy.
Josh Hawley and the Republican populists at war with their party. This article is by Robert Draper and read by an automated voice. The lone Republican vote in the Senate last month to protect consumers from bank overdraft fees came from an unlikely Democratic ally, Senator Josh Hawley, the arch-conservative from Missouri, best known for calling out wokeness in all sectors of society, and for raising his fist to offer solidarity with supporters of President Trump hours before the January 6th assault on the Capitol. And yet the overdraft vote was hardly the first time Mr. Hawley had stood apart from his Republican colleagues. In 2023, he introduced a bill to cap out-of-pocket insulin costs at $25 per month, which died in committee for lack of Republican support. He has broken from his party by refusing to vote for cuts to Medicaid as part of the budget reconciliation process. In March, he joined a Democrat, Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey, to offer a bill that would speed up the contracting process for new unions. A GOP Senator, Bernie Moreno of Ohio, signed on as a co-sponsor, but otherwise, Mr. Hawley said in a recent phone interview, not a single Republican would touch it. Since his arrival to the Senate in 2019 at the age of 39 as its youngest member, Mr. Hawley has charted two seemingly parallel courses, as a full-throttle champion of socially conservative causes, and, somewhat less noisily, as a populist who aligns himself with Senator Bernie Sanders, a Vermont independent, on many populist issues. His ultimate goal is to break the alliance the social conservatives have had with the corporate world since the Reagan era, said Matt Stoller, a former Senate aide to Mr. Sanders. The term populist conjures two raw-knuckled protagonists of the agrarian South, Andrew Jackson and Huey Long, with whom the whippet-like Mr. Hawley, a Missouri banker's son who attended Stanford and Yale Law School, would seem to have little in common. But prioritizing working-class Americans over elites has been a key rhetorical theme in Mr. Trump's political ascendancy, and Mr. Hawley has embraced it. His powerful compatriots in the movement include not only the president, but also Vice President J.D. Vance and Stephen K. Bannon, one of Mr. Trump's top allies. The Senate is the hate Trump club, Mr. Bannon said in an interview. Hawley's the only populist we've got there. Mr. Hawley may be a lonely voice, but he underscores a central question of the second Trump term. What will the president do to improve the lives of the working-class Americans who voted him back into office? Tariffs, Mr. Hawley said in the interview. He called them a potentially vital tool in bringing industry back to the United States, despite the turmoil in the financial markets and the fears of high prices they have ignited, particularly for those with lower incomes. Mr. Hawley said he was particularly pleased about the 25% tariffs on imported vehicles, which are being cheered loudly by workers in my state. He added that Mr. Trump's instincts are absolutely correct in his call to repeal taxes on tips, overtime, and Social Security. But he was more skeptical about extending the corporate tax cuts passed by Congress during Mr. Trump's first term. The populist nationalist case for them was that they were meant to encourage companies to pay workers better and to bring back American jobs, he said. The question is, have they done that? Not really. Skeptics suggest that Mr. Hawley's populism and the current Trump-inflected iteration is, like movements past, motivated more by grievance politics than by a desire for economic progress. As seriously as I'd prefer to take their ideas, I tend to put the term in quotes, said Hannah Gurman, an associate professor of U.S. History and American Studies at New York University. You look at how Vance said he's for unions, but not for the public sector or teachers. And you look at Hawley, who says he wants more industry in America but voted against all the Biden initiatives because they were too woke. There's always a cultural program to use as an excuse not to advance a serious policy, an era like Roosevelt's. Mr. Hawley said his populism began to take shape in his 20s when he was writing a book, Theodore Roosevelt, Preacher of Righteousness, which included a focus on the economic inequities of the Gilded Age, and was published by Yale University Press in 2008. I came to realize that we're living through a period like Roosevelt's, he said, one where power has become increasingly concentrated among the very wealthy at the expense of normal Americans. Mr. Hawley planted his first populist markers as Missouri's Attorney General. In 2017, he filed legal action against 3 of the state's largest opioid manufacturers, saying they had violated Missouri's consumer protection laws. That same year, Mr. Hawley became the first state attorney general to investigate Google over potential antitrust violations. Those interests deepened in the Senate, where, he said, his experience has only confirmed how very real the concentration of economic and political power is. In his first speech on the Senate floor in May 2019, Mr. Hawley criticized big banks, big tech, big multinational corporations, along with their allies in the academy and the media, as aristocratic architects of a society that works mainly for themselves. Mr. Hawley's portfolio was soon overshadowed by his allegiance to Mr. Trump, who, after his first impeachment trial ended in February 2020, singled out Mr. Hawley as one of the greatest supporters on the impeachment hoax. 10 months later, Mr. Hawley was the first Republican senator to declare that he would object to the 2020 election results. But Mr. Hawley was also working with Mr. Sanders at the time to steer direct payments of $1,200 to Americans as part of a COVID relief bill. A year later, Mr. Hawley showed deference to President Joseph R. Biden Jr.'s trust-busting Federal Trade Commission chairwoman Lina Khan in a committee hearing. He even offered her a chance to respond to the insinuation by a fellow Republican, Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee, that Ms. Khan had Marxist sympathies.
A true intellectual.
The Wall Street Journal's editorial board later published a column with the arch title, "Josh Hawley Loves Lina Khan." Still, Mr. Hawley is regarded as a loner who has not built coalitions in the Senate like Mr. Vance did during his 2 years there. "I'm not an arm twister," he told the New York Times 5 years ago. His aloofness has extended even to those who find common cause with him, like Representative Emanuel Cleaver II, a Democrat and fellow Missourian who took to social media to concur with Mr. Hawley's support for improved rural mail delivery, and for banning stock trading for members of Congress. But he said he had yet to hear back from Mr. Hawley. "He's our state's senior senator, but he's not actively involved in our delegation," Mr. Cleaver said. Mr. Hawley is considerably more public-facing when it comes to hot-button cultural issues. His critiques of major corporations often include the view that, as he put it during an interview with Fox Business in 2023, such businesses possess a radical ideological agenda bent on promoting diversity while censoring conservative perspectives. In a speech last month at the Evangelical Liberty University, he asserted that America was the greatest nation in history because our spiritual convictions are the convictions of the Bible. In 2023, he published a book titled Manhood: The Masculine Virtues America Needs. And in December, he wrote a letter to Mr. Biden's Defense Secretary, Lloyd J. Austin III, accusing him of prioritizing, quote, progressive gender experimentation ahead of warfighting by permitting a transgender military employee to live in women's barracks. His wife, the lawyer Erin Morrow Hawley, successfully argued the case before the Supreme Court that overturned Roe v. Wade, and Mr. Hawley is himself an outspoken opponent of abortion. This year, Mr. Hawley introduced a bill that would end federal funding for Planned Parenthood. Dipping toes in populist waters. Mr. Hawley belongs to a conservative intelligentsia that includes Orrin Cass, the influential founder and chief economist of the think tank American Compass. Like Mr. Hawley and Mr. Vance, Mr. Cass, 41, came of age not during the laissez-faire economic policies of the Reagan era, but during the financial crisis of 2008 and 2009. A key driver for us, Mr. Cass said, is the fundamental insight that free markets aren't delivering on the things we care about the most. Some Republican legislators have dipped their toe to test the populist waters, according to Mr. Cass. He included in the group Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas, who has proposed increasing the minimum wage through an e-verify system, Senator Jim Banks of Indiana, who has teamed up with Senator Elizabeth Warren, a Massachusetts Democrat, to address how private equity consolidation is affecting fire truck manufacturing and the communities that rely on effective firefighting, and Senator Roger Marshall of Kansas, who has worked with Senate Democrats to reduce credit card swipe fees. I never ran for office thinking I was populist, Mr. Marshall said in an interview. But on the campaign trail, I heard from a lot of farmers, ranchers, and union workers who didn't feel like their senators had been fighting for them. I prioritized Main Street over Wall Street. Not everyone on the right accepts that dichotomy. It's the performative rhetoric of people who think in cartoon categories, said George Will, the Washington Post columnist and veteran conservative commentator. Mr. Will described populism as the belief that the public knows what it wants, and that public opinion should be translated into policy without being delayed or diluted by intermediate institutions. It's the exact opposite of what Madison talked about in using Congress to filter and refine public opinion, he added, referring to James Madison's advocacy of checks and balances rather than a government continually roiled by public passions. Representative Don Bacon, Republican of Nebraska, likens his party's emerging attitudes to a partisan role reversal. I feel like we're in a blender of changing political identities, he said in an interview. This populism reminds me of Democratic liberals in the 70s, apologists for the Russians, protectionists, skeptics of law enforcement. And now these populists are saying we're tired of war, when we're not even in one. The last time Republicans were this isolationist was the 1930s, and we lost Congress for most of the next 60 years. Mr. Hawley, who is thought to harbor presidential ambitions, has been careful not to get too far out in front of his party, or, for that matter, Mr. Trump. But, he said, Donald Trump's election showed this. If the Republican Party is going to be a true majority party, we have to be pro-worker. The voters are giving us a chance now, but they've not bought in. We have to deliver.
Very interesting. While this long article was playing, I looked up the think tank that Josh Hawley's a part of and subscribed to it. So as we go along, hopefully we'll get updates on this. But one thing I want to point out here, to restore an economic consensus that emphasizes the importance of family, community, and industry to the nation's liberty and prosperity, contradiction in terms. Economics is not about family. The person who is, in the family prioritizes family. Anyone who thinks economics, capitalism, socialism, whatever the economic system is, if you think it actually is moral or immoral, they're amoral. Economic systems are amoral. They are tools. I'm a Polanyi type of guy versus a Friedrich Hayek. The markets don't control men. Men control markets. And, like I said, this whole weird thing that economics uber alles, to me is practically inhuman. So, I won't get too deep into this, but I have looked in, at a, just a down and dirty into this think tank and have subscribed to it. And if anyone ever wants to talk about this, there's a whole founder's letter. If I get a chance, excuse me, I'll go into it, deeper into it and describe it. But for now, subscribing to it is a good thing. Got to know what the Josh Hawleys are about. So next on the agenda, and there's this is basically the Hey Trump is a Problem edition of Stanley versus the World. This actually kind of doesn't surprise me, but something worth knowing about. Essentially, there's been a mass exodus from the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division. So let's hear about it.
This news story was written by Perry Stein and Jeremy Roebuck. Civil rights lawyers leave en masse as Justice Dept mission shifts. The new head of the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division is dramatically reshaping the office to propel President Donald Trump's social agenda, prompting the departure of about half of the division's lawyers in recent weeks, according to people familiar with the situation and public statements from top officials. Since being sworn in this month, Civil Rights Director Harmeet K. Dillon has redirected her staff to focus on combating anti-Semitism, the participation of transgender athletes in women's sports, and what Trump and his allies have described as anti-Christian bias and the Democrats' woke ideology. The division changed mission statements across its sections to focus less on racial discrimination and more on fighting diversity initiatives. And department officials reassigned more than a dozen career staffers, including section chiefs overseeing police brutality, disability, and voting rights cases, to areas outside their legal expertise. The changes under Dillon, a longtime Republican activist, coincide with a second White House offer to federal workers that allows them to resign from their positions and be paid through September. The deadline for that offer is late Monday evening, and civil rights employees have been submitting their resignations en masse as the deadline nears, said people familiar with the division who spoke on the condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the matter. More than 100 division attorneys have already said they will leave their jobs, Dillon told conservative podcaster Glenn Beck during an appearance on his show Saturday. Many departed because they disagree with the division's new direction, she said. The division had about 380 attorneys when Trump began his second term in the White House. Approximately half have left, or said they will leave, according to people familiar with the division. And Dillon told Beck she had no problem with their departures. "I think that's fine," Dillon said. "We don't want people in the federal government who feel like it's their pet project to go persecute police departments based on statistical evidence or persecute people praying outside abortion facilities instead of doing violence. The job here is to enforce the federal civil rights laws, not woke ideology." The Civil Rights Division was established in 1957 as part of the Civil Rights Act, which focused on fighting racial discrimination. Since its launch, the division has been tasked with upholding the civil and constitutional rights of all persons in the United States, particularly some of the most vulnerable members of our society, according to the Justice Department's website. The office has 11 sections that aim to combat discrimination in educational opportunities, housing, employment, voting, and more. Some civil rights advocates fear Dillon's changes could amount to an abandonment of the division's founding mission. For almost 70 years, the Civil Rights Division has enforced laws that Congress passed to promote equality, dignity, and fairness for all Americans, said Stacey Young, a former civil rights attorney who left this year and founded Justice Connection, an advocacy organization for former Justice Department employees. By effectively purging the vast majority of the division's lawyers, DOJ is grinding this work to a near halt. Within the Justice Department, it is the Civil Rights Division that usually experiences the sharpest swings in ideological priorities during transitions between Republican and Democratic administrations. But several former officials interviewed by the Washington Post described the shifts implemented so far by Dillon and other political appointees at Justice as more extreme than anticipated. In the first Trump administration, former Justice Department officials said, the division was largely left intact. The section did not pursue actions against police departments in the way that recent Democratic administrations had done, but it continued to focus on prosecuting hate crimes, protecting disability rights, and enforcing employment laws. Since Trump's second inauguration, nearly every civil rights section has been upended, the people familiar with the situation said. The immigrant and employee rights section is now primarily focused on ensuring that foreign workers are not favored over U.S. citizens in job opportunities. Attorneys once dispatched to ensure education facilities are not discriminating against minority groups are now concentrating much of their resources on ensuring those institutions are not being anti-Semitic. One exception is the division's criminal section, which prosecutes hate crimes, human trafficking, and other cases, and has been largely left intact. It has not seen the same exodus as other sections. In one of her first acts, Dillon changed the mission statements for many of division offices to align with Trump executive orders with titles such as Ending Radical Indoctrination in K-12 Schooling, Keeping Men Out of Women's Sports, and Eradicating Anti-Christian Bias. Speaking on Beck's podcast, Dillon said she intended to send the message to her new staff. These are the president's priorities. This is what we will be focusing on. Govern yourself accordingly. This is not simply a change in enforcement priorities that comes with a change in administration. The division has been turned on its head and is now being used as a weapon against the very communities it was established to protect, said Vanita Gupta, who was Associate Attorney General during the Biden administration and Director of the Civil Rights Division under President Barack Obama. The mass exodus that this has triggered is unprecedented and also understandable. The changes in the division began before Dillon took over. In the first weeks of the Trump administration, Justice Department officials ordered the division to pause most of the investigative activity launched during the Biden administration, pending reviews by new leadership. Many top leaders were removed from their positions. In addition, Trump's appointees launched a multi-agency task force housed within the Civil Rights Division to combat anti-Semitism. Dillon has pledged more of the same, and in line with her new priorities, the Justice Department has withdrawn or moved to dismiss Biden-era court filings and cases alleging discriminatory electoral practices in Hazleton, Pennsylvania, and supporting protections for transgender prison inmates. Dillon derided the latter in a statement as politically motivated and based on junk science. The department also withdrew from voting rights cases in Georgia and Texas, and several top managers from the voting section have been reassigned. The ability of the Justice Department to enforce laws that protect the American people from discrimination, from fraud, from illegal activity, is being decimated, said David Becker, who is Executive Director of the Nonprofit Center for Election Innovation and Research, and worked as a senior trial attorney in the voting rights section under the administrations of Presidents Bill Clinton and George W. Bush. The American people should expect to see more discrimination, more wrongdoing, and all of the harms that go with it. Dillon, in her appearance on Beck's podcast, acknowledged that recent departures had, for the moment, affected the resources her division could bring to bear on its newly established priorities. We're going to run out of attorneys to work on these things at some point, she quipped. Still, she added, the Civil Rights Division was looking to hire new lawyers. I care that they're willing to take direction and zealously enforce the civil rights of the United States, according to their priorities of the president, Dillon said. Yvonne Wingett Sanchez and Patrick Marley contributed to this report.
All right. Well, let's see here. Next, I imagine that the new enhanced or revamped Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department will be looking at this. Trump administration targets Harvard Law Review with race-based discrimination investigation. They didn't mention which division would be dealing with this, but interesting. Key points. The Trump administration, let me enlarge this. I'm having a squint. The Trump administration is investigating Harvard University and the Harvard Law Review after a report of alleged race-based discrimination at the legal journal. The announcement comes as the Trump administration and Harvard feud over demands that the university dismantle DEI programs and screen international students for ideological red flags. Screening for ideology. Harvard sued the Trump administration after the administration froze $2.2 billion in grants due to concerns about anti-Semitism on campus and other issues. And Harvard actually does have a deep history, or deep and an ancient history of anti-Semitism. The Trump administration on Monday announced investigations into Harvard University and the Harvard Law Review after a report that the prestigious legal journal was selecting articles for publication based on their author's race and not merit. Here we go. Assault on First Amendment. Nice. The announcement comes as the Trump administration and Harvard feud over the administration's demands that the Ivy League university adopt a series of changes, including dismantling its DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, and screening international students for ideological red flags. 2 weeks ago, the Trump administration froze $2.2 billion in grants to Harvard due to concerns about anti-Semitism on campus and other issues. Harvard last week sued the administration, challenging the legality of the freeze. On Monday, the civil rights offices of both the Department of Education and the Department of Health and Human Services said they would investigate allegations of disciplinary practices at the Harvard Law Review. The investigations are in response to information ED and HHS received about policies and practices for journal membership and article selection that may violate Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. I've often mentioned that the Civil Rights Act of 64 had a bunch of poison pills in it, and they are sprouting the MAGA flower. According to a joint statement issued by the departments, Title VI bars recipients of federal financial assistance, such as Harvard, from discriminating on the basis of race, color, or national origin in the recipient's programs or activities, the department said. The department said they would examine Harvard's relationship with the law review, including financial ties, oversight procedures, and selection policies and other documentation for both membership and article publication. A Harvard Law Review spokesman in a statement to CNBC said, Harvard Law School is committed to ensuring that the programs and the activities it oversees are in compliance with all applicable laws and to investigating any credibly alleged violations. The Harvard Law Review is a student-run organization that is legally independent from the law school, the spokesman said. A claim brought in 2018 was dismissed by the U.S. District Court for the District of Massachusetts. In that lawsuit, a group called Faculty, Alumni, and Students Opposed to Racial Preferences had sued the law review. Bad sentence there. Harvard Law School and the fellows of Harvard College, alleging the law reviews had violated the requirements of Title VI and Title IX by using race and sex preferences to select its members. A district court judge dismissed the lawsuit in August 2019, finding that the plaintiffs lacked legal standing and had failed to state a claim. CNBC has requested comment from both the current and recent president of the law review on the investigations. And then they go into Barack Obama was the first Black Harvard Law School student ever elected president of the law review. Probes were announced 3 days after the Washington Free Beacon article citing. So that's pretty much ephemera. Rest of this is ephemera. So the assault on universities and education continues. Thank you, President Trump, for basically making the means more troublesome than the goals. SKC, sure, come up whenever you want. You're a friend of the show. Now, this won't go on for that long because I actually have a doctor's appointment this coming afternoon, and we'll have to get a nap or they'll think I look tired and old. Let's see. Trump has become, let's bring this up so I can see it. Good morning, Ryan. Trump has become a woke revolutionary for Jews. Talk about GOP virtual signaling, blah, ha, ha. I think it's a little bit hypocritical would be a better word rather than woke. One fascinating point is, let's see, SKC, fascinating point is how people assume that Harvard and other left groups, no one is assuming they don't have flaws. The problem is MAGA has more flaws than Harvard. Some not you, Stanley. No. Harvard has like huge flaws. However, I don't know, SKC. I don't think it's pervasive as MAGA would insinuate. So we'll talk about it when and if you come up. If not today, then at some other point. Academia does no wrong. Academia does no wrong because it really is amoral, or should be. Now, that's very arguable. So I'm sure there are people like SKC who would just like skewer me for that point, but it should be amoral. Trump and GOP are now hammering free speech like they were crying about 2 years ago. Well, the thing is I'm not. Look, this is my opinion. 2 years ago, when they were talking about woke and the left is censoring, the left never changed laws or did investigations, to any large degree. And the other thing is there was never, a presidential level impetus to this sort of stuff. Trump is the spearhead, and Trump is just not the kind of leader that carries moral authority. Neither was Biden for that matter, but Biden had a little bit more, what would be the word? A little bit more moral capital, to coin a phrase. Trump is not a moral leader. He is just, he's not a leader in my opinion, but he's the head of a movement. He carries no moral authority. So, him wanting to get knee deep into this just rings as hypocrisy. Claudine Gay, absolutely unqualified. Disagree. What qualifications do you need to be a president of Harvard? Please list those, SKC. Claudine Gay was an academic, a tenured academic. What credentials do you need to be a university president? SKC, help me out on this. So next story, White House looks to take steps to ease pain from car tariffs. This will bleed into the next story really nicely. Once again, the White House has to backtrack. This isn't art of the deal. It's the art of conviction. And I'm really, these guys are just vacillating. They're not even good authoritarians, in my opinion.
White House looks to take steps to ease pain from car tariffs. This article is by Anna Swanson and Jack Ewing, and read by an automated voice. The Trump administration said it plans to announce measures as early as Tuesday to ease the impact of tariffs on imported cars and car parts, to give automakers more time to relocate production to the United States. Tariffs of 25% on imported vehicles and on auto parts will remain in place. but the tariffs will be modified so that they are not stacked with other tariffs. For example, on steel and aluminum, a White House spokesman said. Automakers will not have to pay tariffs on those metals widely used in automobiles, on top of the tariffs on cars and parts. In addition, automakers will be reimbursed for some of the cost of tariffs on imported components. The reimbursement will amount to up to 3.75% of the value of a new car in the first year, but will be phased out over 2 years, the spokesman confirmed. A 25% tariff on imported cars took effect April 3rd. On Saturday, the tariffs are set to be extended to include imported parts. President Trump is building an important partnership with both the domestic automakers and our great American workers, Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, said in a statement. This deal is a major victory for the president's trade policy by rewarding companies who manufacture domestically, while providing runway to manufacturers who have expressed their commitment to invest in America and expand their domestic manufacturing. But even with these changes, there will still be substantial tariffs on imported cars and auto parts, which will raise prices for new and used cars by thousands of dollars and increase the cost of repairs and insurance premiums. The modification to the tariffs was reported earlier by the Wall Street Journal. Mr. Lutnick helped automakers secure a major exemption from tariffs in March and has taken on a role advocating relief for some industries hit by the levies. Automakers welcome the change. We believe the president's leadership is helping level the playing field for companies like GM and allowing us to invest even more in the U.S. economy. Mary T. Barra, the chief executive of General Motors, said in a statement on Monday, "We appreciate the productive conversations with the president and his administration and look forward to continuing to work together."
Hey, Ryan.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Pretty good.
I'm a New York Times article about tariffs. Just good stuff right there.
Yeah, well, the bigger deal is, we went, Trump went full speed ahead, and now he's got he's not just reversing, he's almost doing a 180.
I can't stress enough the absolute mishandling of this. I mean, I've read on it. My wife has to be read in on it because, like, she's had to go through the executive orders. She's had to deal with the tariff situation, the financial impacts, because she's a risk manager she works for a financial company. And there were tariffs before, about 3,000 pages of tariffs the United States had. He literally has, impeachment. You can't, the whole world's losing faith in our credibility. He's fucked this up so bad. It's amazing. You almost couldn't script a bigger fuck up with the tariffs and the 137 executive orders as of last week.
Let me ask you a question. Are you surprised?
So after last...
Well, no. Answer the question. Are you surprised? He telegraphed this last summer. And you know what? When I talked about, gutting the administrative state and all, I got several times the reaction that, oh, he's just kidding.
Well, I got the leverage part.
Trump, he kind of goes too far, but he doesn't really mean it. Really?
It's the China.
That's why I asked you if you were surprised. I'm
surprised. The last go round,
Trump voters knew what they were getting into.
I'm not surprised with. I am surprised of the. What I want to say, the amazing amount of layoffs with the administrative state, and I am surprised with the mishandling of tariffs. And the tariff situation is just the worst, dumbest, most unorganized.
Okay, no, it's not mishandling. It's a misreading of history. We went through this in the 1890s. This sort of stuff literally led too. Now, it was totally different. History's rhyming, not repeating. But the income tax came into being. Now, you remember income taxes were a Civil War thing as well, but like income taxes became a thing because of these high tariffs back in the 1890s.
And I mean, they shifted over time into funding the federal government by income taxes, right? So they did this shift. Trump's tariffs are, I can't describe them. Oh, we're going to do it on Mexico and Canada, then we're going to pause it, then the whole world, then we're going to take them off
Okay,
the
well,
whole
we
world.
talked about the
Then
180
Canada.
degree almost.
There's no rhyme, reason, or rhythm to it. It's just all over the place. And then they're on, they're off. It's like he doesn't understand the basic processes or what's involved in importing and exporting. Like he never talked to someone in that business.
Hold up. Let me stop you there. I hate to stop you. A president may not know the nuts and bolts. This goes back to who he hired and who he listened to. Now he's taken bad advice, but he's hired, there are no more General Mattises and people who are actual, like, have experience.
People that actually are involved in trade.
Pete Hegseth is like the poster boy for the quality of President Trump's nominees for big positions. Christy Noem out there with a gun and a vest. Why is the Secretary of Homeland Security out there with the troops? It is a bad look. And when she does it, her nails and her she's put her face on. This is just ridiculous. Trump has hired people who are more window dressing. They're the mannequins in the window. They are the window dressing. They're not the people actually. So that you're surprised, or that you're even complaining, for that matter. You're complaining, but I
thought he knew more about the economy. I thought that the last go round, he did a fairly decent job with the economy. The one area I thought he'd be strong.
He did not do a good job with the economy. I assume you're talking about his first administration?
Yeah, prior to COVID.
He tanked it. He tanked 2 years of a good economy. He did not do a good job with the economy over the 4 years. He tanked it. He tanked it with bad leadership. Okay, he could have beat Biden had he been a good leader through the COVID epidemic. And this bullshit about Fauci and blaming everybody but Trump is literally just like, I don't even understand how people could think that. He was a bad leader. He had bad solutions. He was not the lighthouse in the storm guiding all the ships to safety. He was literally the rocks that the ships ran up on. Don't tell me about 2 years of a good economy. A presidential term is not 2 years.
I understand. It's hard to really
No. Don't understand and don't give me but. That's
Why are you stopping me?
The reality of it. And dude, I'm not gonna take the buts. It is what it was, and that we thought he would be a good leader. Now, don't be surprised and stop complaining. You elected him, not you personally. Though I could go in on that. Y'all got what you asked for. So I don't want to hear how bad he is and how much he doesn't understand.
I was just talking about his trade policy.
I don't care what you're talking about. you knew what you were getting into. And if you're surprised, shame on you. But I'm not going to sit up here and entertain complaining about Trump. He's president.
So you're saying
he didn't get there by himself.
I was just going to shed some light on the actual
Don't
lunacy
shed
of the
light.
tariffs.
The light is already on. He left the light on for you.
I think
we got a Motel 6 economy. And you know what? the MAGA voters left the light on for Trump to walk into the door.
I judge his last. Like
I don't
judge.
care about any of this.
Okay,
I don't care about your analysis. He's messed up, and he's president.
Do you think he did anything good as like in the last go round with his presidency or anything? Like, is there one thing too?
Nothing that's last. My mother used to say the bad outweighs the good. So if he did anything good, COVID erased. This is like a political capital or social capital thing. People tend to remember the worst things. Now, there are exceptions to that rule, like J6. That's been conveniently forgotten, but he started the shit. And the people that are complaining now forgot about J6 and reelected him. So I have no sympathy. I simply don't. We'll have to weather this big ass storm. And it's only going to get bigger. The dude's only been president for 100 days. We got another 3.5 years.
His policies he's already implemented are going to cause and about a pain.
Who cares?
The panel.
You
started
knew it was coming. Is my point. You knew he was going to.
I didn't. That. Okay, I didn't.
You did. He talked about it.
Did I think he was going to put tariffs on the planet?
He said he was going to do it. Literally.
Dude, I thought he was going to selectively. Okay. Well.
Oh, you thought he? Oh my God! You thought.
Well, the last time he selectively did tariffs, he tariffed aluminum and steel and several other selected items.
Did you read Project 2025?
He said he wasn't with.
Did you read Project 22? Oh, so therefore you didn't read it and you believed him.
Did it say he was going to globally tariff?
Liar who literally I on this show showed him at the Heritage Foundation talking about Project 2025.
I mean, I came up here to kind of trash Trump, and you don't even let me trash him.
And you know what? Don't bother trashing Trump.
I don't understand. You don't let me trash him.
I don't want you to trash him. Oh, wait, hold it. You think my goal is to trash Trump? Oh, no. That would be low-hanging fruit. I want to methodically show how he's fucking up.
I mean, I think
and let me show you this next story leads into his look. Trump will screw himself up in this Canadian election. You know what? The liberals won. You would think the conservative, who was kind of favored, I think, but the liberals won. So there will be someone that is somewhat aligned with Trudeau. The liberals won. And you know how they won? Anti-Trump.
I don't disagree.
This motherfucker, Trump managed to piss off Canadians.
Well,
so there's no need to trash him. Let the Canadians do it.
These policies are insane. The whole tariff thing.
Well, I know you want to talk about the policies, but you don't need to state the obvious.
I can't believe. I'm shocked by his lack of understanding. I'm shocked.
Wait, hold it. You're shocked? You mean he didn't convey his lack of understanding on the campaign trail last night?
I thought he'd have the right people in place with the whole trade
Blue
conversation.
42, Trump has never been a conservative. Okay. He is not a conservative. He's more or less a faux populist. Do not understand why you think he's a conservative. Stop that.
He's not a conservative. He's not a conservative at all.
Yeah, but at least see, this is the other thing. Yeah, but at least he shook up the system. Well, fuck. He's a useful idiot to the progressive left if you want to take that tack.
I would say
the only thing that's going to save us from the progressive left is they're more inept than MAGA.
I don't know if they are at this point.
Oh, no. They aren't. Oh, dude, the progressive left, they are they're less popular because they have that socialist thing. You know, America has a socialist phobia.
Yeah.
You know, the only socialist they'll accept is AOC and Bernie. They're not going to go much left of that. So the left progressives have no chance. They've never really had a chance since like the 30s. And because a lot of them are just outright admitted communists, which is like that's America's kryptonite. So anyway,
I feel like
he shook up the system. Blue 42, hit the link and explain how shaking up the system is good and not being methodical in changing the system. My father used to tell me, and I've said this recently, you know, do the job right the first time. If you half do it, then you have to go back and redo it, etc. Shaking up the system should never be the goal. Improving the system, touching it once, being methodical about fixing problems. You know, if something's broken, breaking it more is not the first step in fixing it. And anyone who thinks that is just Trump level. So I'm gonna deal with this Canadian fallout. Trump just like how do you manage to get Canada pissed off with you?
Tell them you're going to annex them. That'll do it.
Yeah. Well, that was part of the anti-Trump. We will. Oh my Lord. Prime Minister Mark Carney of Atlanta won a new term on Monday night. The national broadcaster CBC Radio Canada projected a remarkable turnaround for his Liberal Party, owed in large part to President Trump's aggressive stance towards the country. Still, much remained in play in the election. The Conservative Party leader, Pierre Poilievre, I don't even know if I pronounced that, conceded the election, but after 1 a.m. Eastern time, it was still after 1 a.m. Eastern time, it was still unclear whether he had retained the seat in Parliament he has held for 20 years. Mr. Carney made an acceptance speech, but it was still unknown whether he would be forming a majority or minority government. Trump managed to break a system, but it broke against America. They are not going to be our friends as long as Trump and or MAGA are in power. So you know what? I'm going to be pissed that my syrup, my maple syrup, my pride, I'm going to have to buy Vermont maple syrup versus Canadian maple syrup. I'm not happy about that. Yeah. My kids are going to have to suffer the horror of Vermont maple syrup versus the real gold standard of maple syrup. Thank you, Trump.
Well, you don't like the Vermont maple? It's good stuff.
I'm just making a joke. I don't even eat maple syrup. My son used to.
Yeah, I can't even imagine that. AOC versus Donald Trump.
That's not going to happen. AOC, isn't going to be. I don't see how that happens. She doesn't have the gravitas. That voice alone, and it's not her fault. You know, she's going to have to take like Margaret Thatcher voice lessons to deepen her voice so she has more gravitas. Do you know Margaret Thatcher actually that wasn't her natural voice?
I believe it. There's a lot of stuff that women do to make themselves more
What kind
commanding.
of silly stuff is SKC talking? SKC, she is a brain. Oh,
Yes,
let's see.
I knew she was
Blue
running.
42, take authority for your own life and help those around you instead of looking to someone else to fix your problems. You know what? That's good advice for President Trump right now. Write the White House, whitehouse.gov. Drop that message to him. It's silly bullshit. I had no clue what you're talking about. Probably off topic. Probably anti-black, it sounds. But I could be wrong.
Going there.
I'm sorry, what?
SKC said, well, the Dems run Jasmine Crockett. I feel like they won't.
You know what? Funny enough, SKC, that joke falls flat considering our current president. She couldn't do worse than Trump right now, for sure. She'd certainly not piss. She's certainly not pissed the international community off like Herr Trump has done.
Herr Trump.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did I get it wrong? Our dear leader. Our dear leader.
Yeah, the Fuhrer.
No, he's not. He's not the Fuhrer. He's our dear leader.
Yeah.
So anyway, we're gonna move way off the Trump stuff. I could blame this on Trump, but he wasn't there probably. Fighter jet slips off hangar deck of a U.S. aircraft carrier. The hangar deck is not the flight deck, by the way. It just fell off that. It just fell off the side. This is Trump and Hegseth's military. Fucking $60 million jets falling off the side. This is the Trump Defense Department in our Navy. A U.S. fighter jet, an FA-18E Super Hornet, fell overboard from the USS Harry Truman while being towed. It was basically being, hauled around by a tractor, resulting in one sailor sustaining a minor injury, probably fucking jumping off the tractor, according to the Navy statement. The incident occurred as the aircraft carrier was making a hard turn to evade Houthi fire in the Red Sea, as reported by CNN. Now, here's the deal. That everything's going to be okay losing that. I thought probably the Houthis knew that attack was coming and they counterfired because it's all out on signal. Thanks, Secretary of Defense Hegseth and Commander-in-Chief Trump. All personnel have been accounted for following the mishap, and the Navy confirmed that the incident is under investigation. This sort of shit never happened under Biden. What is up with that? Why are we losing jets and having to take head counts on carriers after they make hard turns in the Red Sea? Quite frankly, that carrier should not be in the Red Sea. I'm sorry, the Persian Gulf. No, that's not the best place for a carrier to be. But under the half-witted command of Hegseth and Commander-in-Chief, our dear Commander-in-Chief Trump, we're making all kinds of tactical errors and losing military equipment. This would have never happened under Biden. So, trade-offs. You never heard about this under Biden.
We gave away $80 billion worth of.
Don't care about any of that. Don't care about any of that.
What are you talking about?
What am I talking about? Losing $60 million into the Persian Gulf because our dear leader, Commander-in-Chief Trump, can't handle his military.
So a plane
The
was Trump's fault.
Houthis, the
Man, come on,
Houthis
Stanley.
are forcing aircraft carriers to make hard turns
That's it. Come on, man.
in the Persian Gulf.
This
Do
is
you
a
know how long
non-story.
it
This has
takes?
nothing to do with
Do
the
you know
president.
how long it takes for a carrier to turn around?
Probably a mile.
Miles and days. It's literally a time distance problem. And this never used to happen under the Biden administration. What is up? What
Are you
is
fucking
up?
kidding me?
What
You're joking,
is
right?
up? What is up with Secretary of Signal Pete Hegseth and our dear Commander-in-Chief Trump? Our carriers are making hard turns. Carriers aren't designed to make hard turns. You're losing equipment because of our dear Commander-in-Chief's ineptitude in foreign policy and military handling.
Really? This is
disgusting. Trump, dude, what is he doing with our military? He thinks the biggest problem is like transsexuals when Houthis are trying to kill our carrier. The fuck?
I mean,
as a former veteran, I am disgusted by his handling of my Navy.
So this is okay. I think you're
dude is inept.
Biased.
Oh,
Trump
slightly biased. Hey, this isn't a left problem or a right problem. It's an ineptitude problem.
I just don't see how Trump has to do with it.
Oh, really? I just don't see how Biden has anything to do with what happened withdrawing forces from Afghanistan. But it's the same difference.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Oh no, I know I'm right.
I mean, I didn't want him to withdraw. We should have stayed there, in my opinion.
Okay, no. You're weaseling away from my point. Apparently, presidents have direct command of what happens or direct responsibility for what happens on the ground in hot zones. So if Biden was directly responsible for what happened in the Afghan withdrawal, Trump is directly responsible for losing that $60 million piece of equipment and carriers having to make hard turns to avoid Houthi missiles or drones or whatever it was. Trump is an inept. He's as inept in handling the military as Biden was.
Yeah, I don't. Both of them have.
Oh no! When you say both, you're agreeing with me. They're both old and inept.
No, I tend to agree. I don't understand their decisions.
And do better with that Afghanistan withdrawal bullshit, SKC. Trump is as inept at handling the Navy as Biden was handling ground troops in Afghanistan. I look forward to you proving me right. So, in other disturbing news, Keisha Lance Bottoms, do you know who she is?
No.
Okay, well, she's the former mayor of Atlanta. She was basically mayor during the time when Ossoff and what's his name? It'll take me a minute. During the 2020 election, she was mayor. Now, she did not run for re-election because of some issues with crime and violence in Atlanta. However, she chose not to run, and that's fine. But she's looking to challenge whoever the next governor is, because I think, Kemp is term limited, so it's going to be a fresh election. I don't think George is going to elect her, but I welcome her running. She'll take the the mantle.
Why is it disturbing? Is my question.
I don't think she's qualified.
Okay.
Mayor of Atlanta does not qualify you, and she had some other issues. Not major issues, but I just don't think she has the political savvy to be governor of Georgia. And I want her to have the savvy. I would actually think that what's her name? Stacey Abrams is, in my opinion, more qualified. I think she's smarter. But that's not going to happen. She's kind of, fired her volleys. Are you washing dishes or something?
No, that's in the other room. Someone is currently slamming dishes to make a point.
Probably mad. Oh, dude, if I can hear it on this end, you better go make peace. If you start having to make hard turns and duck like a fucking aircraft carrier, it's gonna be a problem.
My dishes are in there.
Don't let that Houthi start lobbing stuff at you.
Yeah, no, we're good.
Oh, Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I'll be all right.
Ryan. You better go take care of that beautiful wife.
I would have done it.
Don't be silly up here with me. It's
a timeline issue. I'm okay.
Oh, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Because she's going, you know what? She sounds mad enough that I might be in trouble. And she doesn't know me.
You're good. You're good.
I haven't had a wife in quite some time, and I just don't want one mad at me.
Oh, she definitely wants me to hear.
All right. Okay. Let's get into why Keisha Lance. And I think Keisha Lance Bottoms is she will be there one day. She's just not there yet. So, but I think it is rather interesting. It is going to be, I guess it'll be 2026. Republican Governor Brian Kemp, who should run for president, but he has to work on his Georgia drawl, is term limited and cannot run again according to the current political regulations. Bottoms aims to challenge Trump's policies and leverage her support among Black women and Democrats in the metro area. That's not going to work. She has, and I am inclined to vote for her. She just doesn't strike me as governor material, if ever she will be. And I'm, of her ilk, more or less. But it is something that, folks should be aware of, since Georgia is such the most important state, more important than Texas. And I hope Portia will hear me say this. And by the way, speaking of Portia, support Portia J, our executive producer and the person who unleashed me onto the world. Blame her and reward her, or give her money for psychiatric help for the bad idea. Support your host. It is Tuesday, and I have to pull out that collection plate for the Bud Light for this weekend. Make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel if you're new, and share the wealth, folks. It can only go up from here. We're not all anti-Black. Some of us don't talk about race or as little about that sort of stuff as he can, because he's more concerned with actual domestic policy, news, culture, and
who do you mean,
some form of politics. I don't know who I mean. I'm just making a broad statement. And if you need an espresso shot of Stanley versus the world, subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000 for that double espresso shot. There's some stuff there you can go back and explore, agree or disagree with me. All's good. And by the way, I really don't say it enough. Y'all start leaving comments. If you don't watch the show live, make sure you're leaving comments in the comment section, especially if they're pithy and you disagree with me. It just gives me more like stuff to respond to. My email address, the show email address that the wonderful Portia J has assigned me, almost like a DOC number, Department of Corrections number, is listed on the screen. And I look forward to show ideas or critiques or just general stuff. Roller Skater Texas Girl sends me all her exploits on roller skates, and we always enjoy showing them. Stuff you want everybody to see, stuff you want to talk about, stuff you want to brag about. Don't send me anti-black stuff though, because I'm not going to show that. Other than that, it's pretty much free reign. So contact me. Let's see. What is SKC? People in media just sweep those things under the rug as if it was an egregious fraud that hurts the everyday Joe. No idea what that means.
He's responding to Stacey Abrams' slush fund of environmental slush fund that was gifted her by
the topic was Stacey Abrams. Sure, it was.
Yeah.
It was Keisha Lance Bottoms. Do you know who Keisha Lance Bottoms is, SKC? Do some research. Stacey Abrams is not going to run for office. And so what if she has a slush fund? She's not a politician. What the hell problem is it? Can't a woman make a living? You anti-black, you anti-black red pill types.
That's kind of corruption, isn't it?
No, she's not a politician. How would it be corruption? And she hasn't been like accused of a crime yet. What the fuck are y'all talking about?
I mean, she hasn't.
Okay, no. This silliness that you want to get into. She's not a politician, so she's not corrupting in office. Let the woman make a living.
If Trump
Trump has nothing to do with this.
Okay.
She's not a politician. She's not running for office.
Well, she's not a politician.
And frankly, she's not likely to, at least in the state of Georgia.
She's lost all bids for office. Every election she's lost.
All I have to say is the woman is earning a living, and that you red pill manosphere types, SKC and Renato.
Me?
Renato sounds like a red pill name.
Okay, but it's not, obviously.
You want her barefoot. You want her barefoot and in some man's kitchen.
I just want her not to get $2 billion for some bullshit.
Dude. You want, that is so. I could go into why you don't want her to be successful, but it would just sound just like screeching.
It's what Trump does. It's political ally freeze.
She's not in any elected office.
She's still a Democrat. If they gave a Democrat,
okay, so you have a problem with a private citizen expressing her political views? What kind of person are you?
I mean, I just have a problem with the government giving $2 billion.
A private citizen cannot express political views. What do you say about me behind my back? I express my political views.
Well, if you got $2 billion,
do you not want me to get a Cash App?
Exactly. That's it. If you got $2 billion from the Biden administration,
I express political views, I can't get a Cash App.
You can, just not from Biden and USAID. How's that?
Biden is no longer president. Biden is a private citizen. If he decides to give her a Cash App, what of it?
USAID, not. Hey, I'm fine with somebody giving you $2 billion. Just not USAID. That's all.
Okay, USAID has been gutted. Didn't Trump
Well,
take care
now
of
it
that
has.
problem?
Now it has, thank God. But
Okay,
before it
so
was,
what's your argument now? There is no U.S. aid that's going to give her $2 billion. Now, what's your complaint?
but the topic was SKC and I were
No,
discussing
the
safety
topic
items.
is Keisha Lance Bottoms preparing to run for governor, or is your attention span that short?
No, it's SKC and I were having a conversation, a
You
chat
know what?
conversation.
You know what? And that I interrupted that high level erudition. That's on me.
Influencing politics. That's right, SKC. You're right.
Yeah, SKC, you need to just keep on being SKC.
She's like the left's version of Elon Musk.
She's like so she's a billionaire now? Okay. She's not going to get
like
the
the
2
left
billion.
version.
She will not be a billionaire.
Well, she wants to influence things. She's the left's version of George
Don't
Soros.
we all?
No.
So, anyway,
can I ask you a separate question?
Oh, sure. Why not?
What do you think? Are you still big on ground news?
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty good, huh? Still happy with it, right? It's not, you don't have any buyer's remorse.
So far, I mean, whether I'm happy or not, I've committed to it for a year.
Yeah,
but I actually think it's good.
Pro, premium, or Vantage? Which one do you have?
I've got whatever the middle level is. It's like $30.
Yeah, $30. Huh.
So it's not super expensive.
It's not, and that appears to be a step
now.
up.
So far, I haven't needed a premium level. I can always upgrade, but I haven't. For what I do, I don't know that I need the premium.
No, that's what I'm looking at. So I actually pulled it up.
Well, you're in a different income bracket.
Yeah, but I don't. I think the one above you is for publishers. Like if you want to ownership data for publishers.
Yeah.
So I'm not.
It's like next. Let me. You know what? Let's go back and have a look at it. Hold on one second.
Yeah, you have premium, which appears to give you.
No. I don't have premium. I'm not that kind of.
Well, they call it that. The high level's called Advantage. Yeah, the middle level's premium, and the low level's pro. So, but yeah, I think I'm gonna get it. I mean, I already get Apple News, which gives me a lot, but
yeah, I can't get Apple News because I don't have apparently. Well, I don't have an iPhone. I can tell you an iPhone story. I think I might have told you. My son got his iPhone was getting slow. So a month ago, he's like, well, I'm going to get a new iPhone. And I'm like, well, who's going to pay for it?
It's only $1,500.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what?
It's about to be $15,000.
I did not pay for it.
It's about to be $30,000 for one. So you might want to, if you're going to get it now. Since we start building them here.
Pounds. Oh,
yeah, that was funny.
Pill. This motherfucker's a red pill son of a gun.
She's $1 billion. I saw that.
SKC, I really don't appreciate you insulting my woman like that.
Jeez.
I think if you've ever heard her talk, I like her. Maybe not like that, but I respectfully submit that she is the type of woman that I could sit on a porch and drink a beer or two with. All right,
she's an open letter. Smart, and she's a Harvard graduate.
No. She is actually that smart.
Really? I think she's went to a
no. I watched a debate. She did a debate when she was running for governor last in 2020, and she was debating Kemp, and she was also debating a libertarian candidate. Her command of details, she was almost Hillary Clinton level policy wonk. I mean, she had the numbers. She wasn't even stuttering. She was just pulling numbers. And but sometimes the policy wonks don't necessarily, she's got a lot of smarts. Unfortunately, her packaging isn't particularly acceptable to people like you and SKC. Just
Why?
finding
Okay, let's
racist
back up.
and
I'm
sexist.
a policy wonk. I mean, look, there's no bigger policy wonk than me.
Oh, really?
Absolutely. That's who I'd vote
Okay.
in every time. I don't care about the person, only the policies. Across the board. You know that.
Mhm.
You know.
Oh, I do. All I
Absolutely.
see is you yucking it up at she's a billion pounds.
That was comical.
That's what I see.
I want both candidates to just list their policies, and I'll pick based on that. That's me. The nerdiest way to do it.
SKC, you know what? I guarantee she's a vegetarian.
I don't think she is. I think she's a butter.
I guarantee you she is.
No. She cooks with bacon fat.
Well, she cooks her vegetables.
She cooks with bacon fat, buddy. I'm telling you. Fat back. That's what she cooks with.
And you know what? So do I. I mean,
Do you
not
really?
as much as I used to. Oh, hell yeah.
Jeez,
Dude, I have jowl bacon in my freezer. Now, I rarely use it because I've gotten to a point to where I don't like greens and stuff like that. But I occasionally use it. A lot of times, like I have this thing for beans now in the crock pot. So I'll do like stews with beans, and
What kind of beans?
I'll toss in a slice of bacon.
Like green beans? Green beans?
No, I mean like pinto beans.
Okay,
that sort of thing. Dry beans.
Gotcha. Okay.
Like legumes.
Yeah. Yellow beans, white beans. I gotcha.
Oh, like cassoulets and stuff like that. Oh, I love that stuff.
Yeah.
So anyway, our fellow Manosphere resident is here.
A bakery diet. That's just wrong.
Yeah, okay, you bastards. We're moving on to an actual story. So we stop bashing this lovely woman, and
contracting
frankly,
companies committed to paying prevailing.
Oh, damn it, that's the wrong one. Hold on one sec. An open letter to America's law firms. This goes back to the point that I was making about Trump's the Harvard law, the assault on education and intellectualism. Trump's a bully, and bullies lose.
An open letter to America's law firms. Our profession must organize, not capitulate. By Jeff Bleich. Since the start of his second term, President Trump has issued or threatened to issue executive orders against over a dozen AmLaw top 200 U.S. firms. They order federal agencies to sanction these firms for actions that the president found objectionable, including serving as counsel to Hillary Clinton in her 2016 presidential campaign, hiring lawyers who participated in the special counsel's investigation of the January 6th storming of the U.S. Capitol, and providing legal services to the Democratic National Committee and nonprofits that the president has condemned. The orders direct the government to terminate all federal contracts with these firms, bar all federal government entities from contracting with these firms in the future, ban attorneys from these firms from entering any federal buildings, and take other punitive actions against these firms, their lawyers, and those who do business with them. 4 of those firms have sued the Trump administration over these orders and have won temporary restraining orders against the president's actions. They have received amicus support from over 800 other firms, including 17 in the AmLaw 200. The courts found that these firms were likely to prove that the president's actions are illegal, unconstitutional, and unenforceable. As one judge explained, the framers of our Constitution would see this as a shocking abuse of power. The 21 AmLaw 200 firms who have chosen to fight stand in contrast to the 170 firms who have taken no position at all. Meanwhile, faced with the threat of executive orders and a prolonged battle with the president, 9 firms have now entered into agreements with the White House rather than fight. These firms have acquiesced to disclaiming any diversity, equity, or inclusion policies in their hiring, to allowing the president to dictate their practices and policies, and collectively to provide the president nearly $1 billion worth of free legal services to represent positions he favors. They have done this despite the corrosive effect of these agreements on the rule of law, the legal profession, and our democratic system of justice. I've been a senior partner at 2 firms listed in the AmLaw 200, president of both the California State Bar and the Bar Association of San Francisco, a law clerk to the Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court, and special counsel to the president. I never imagined that I'd need to issue an open letter like this, but today the legal profession and the rule of law that it is sworn to uphold are at grave risk. That is why I have joined with 3 legal associations: Lawyers Defending American Democracy, LDAD, Lawyers Allied Under Rule of Law, Laurel, and the Steady State, to deliver this letter to America's leading law firms. Together, these associations represent over 1,000 lawyers who have worked at the highest levels of the profession, including as senior partners in AmLaw 200 firms, judges, state attorneys general, senior Justice Department officials, general counsels of Fortune 500 companies, and state bar presidents. We call on the 170 undeclared AmLaw 200 firms to avoid the path of those now notorious 9. We call on them to convene, as a group, to create a unified response to the president's unconstitutional actions and threats to the rule of law and system of justice. If you are one of these firms, we ask you to recognize that the threatened executive edicts are neither legal nor enforceable. They are a tactic designed to enlist you in undermining the rule of law. Any concession by your prestigious firms will only help the administration intimidate the legal profession and prevent it from challenging its actions. We ask you to recognize that participating in the administration's efforts to pick off individual firms and negotiate with them individually is futile, harmful, and unnecessary. The justice system requires that firms set aside their natural competition and coalesce as a profession at this critical moment. Negotiations with the administration are futile, harmful, and unnecessary. As lawyers, we believe that disputes can be settled on reasonable terms. However, there exist no reasonable terms for resolving this particular dispute. The president's actions are retribution against law firms that have represented causes or clients that the administration disfavors. There is no argument in law, fact, logic, or reason that will cause the White House to withdraw these demands, and agreeing to negotiate about how much the government can use your firm to advance its agenda is collaboration in the abuse of power. Indeed, the only discussion the administration wants is on the terms of surrender. Individual negotiation is designed to isolate, intimidate, and extract concessions. The real objective is to send a message that even the wealthiest and most powerful law firms in America will not stand up to the president's demands. You have only one real choice: capitulate or fight. Any assertions by the 9 firm leaders to justify their actions as a preservation of their firm's values and an act of loyalty to their clients does not hold up to scrutiny. And neither does the peace and security they believe they have won. As lawyers, we owe a duty of loyalty to our clients, to the profession, and to upholding the law. Negotiations harm all 3. First, negotiating and capitulating undermines your credibility and integrity with your clients. It demonstrates that you tolerate the unlawful actions and tactics direct.
I think we pretty much get the gist. And your comment here is rather interesting. DC law firms generate most of their revenue from lobbying government. My question to you, Ryan, is so MAGA didn't employ lobbyists?
No, the corporations employ both of. They just hire these law firms to go hammer government.
Okay,
and
let's
they're
talk
terrible.
about the billionaires that are in Trump's camp these days. They're not involved with corporations. They don't do
No,
lobbying.
Of course they are. Yeah, of course they are.
Okay, so
The
essentially,
system's
this
broken is my
article,
argument.
this is about a man harboring vendettas, basically. And presidents should rise above that, not participate in lead vendettas. And the
I would
other
agree.
problem with this is more than likely, whether it's age or the Constitution, this is very short term. It's a short term temper tantrum.
He targets people a lot. I mean, that's what he does, obviously.
Well, that in
It's not new.
institutions, he
Sure.
he is trying to deconstruct institutions as well. Trump is a petty tyrant.
And by the way, I'll go beyond that, Stanley. I'll agree, but I'll up your ante in that he doesn't even target him as a politician. He targets him for personal stuff.
Correct.
He
Correct. And then
personalizes shit.
your buddy, your newfound buddy SKC, when lawfare fails, what is Trump doing but counter lawfare? This is just, y'all are just really
Why are you lumping me with SKC? I mean, I literally just agreed with
because you
you.
remind me of each other currently. Today, you are.
I mean, I don't mind being lumped with him. I just want to know your
You
rationale.
are twinsies.
Come on, man. First off, that's a term you learned from your son, twinsies, 10 years ago. Just like I did learn from my daughter that 10 years ago. So you know I'm right. Twinsies.
Hey, look at this. This is funny. So too late. Vendettas are in now. Mar-a-Lago raid.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Hell. You know, this is beneath you, SKC and Ryan.
When's he coming
totally
up?
Beneath you people.
When's he coming up? I'm pissed off at Trump right now. I'm furious.
Look at Dave. It takes a petty tyrant to know a petty tyrant, huh, Stanley? Dude, I'm not president of the United States and not pretending to be anything more than just a simple simple YouTube host. Oh, you wouldn't want me as president.
You'd be terrible.
It would be, you know what? It would be like Harvard would be where the new White House is. It would be the presidential ivory tower. I would demand you all read books.
Not the Naval Officer School.
Annapolis, it is a beautiful campus, but I wouldn't do that to the Navy.
You wouldn't downgrade the Navy like that.
Oh, no. The Navy, we would declare that we don't need an Army or an Air Force.
Wow.
All we need is the Navy.
The Marines.
We fly planes. We have ground forces. We don't need the other services. And the Coast Guard,
the Marines?
The Coast Guard can stay. Oh, well, Marines are naval service. So they're our ground force.
Yeah.
The Coast Guard can stay because they are at least useful.
I feel like the Air Forces. I feel like
Space Force would go. Space Force. What do we need a Space Force for?
We got some stuff going on up there.
To the Space Academy. It's going to be the Starfleet Academy.
It's actually moving to space there, Stanley. A lot of this stuff. The Russians want to target our satellites to blind us. So we got to have something.
You don't think the Navy will meet all our defense needs?
I don't know, man. I don't think so.
I think the Navy is perfectly capable.
I mean, the Rangers are securing airstrips and things like that.
We got SEALs. We don't need Rangers. And if we need them, we'll just integrate them.
Yeah, I know.
There'll be Sea Rangers.
I mean, we definitely need a Navy. I feel like we both are pretty effective at what they do.
We only need a Navy.
I don't. That's a little bit of bias.
All those other inferior branches of the military are just that inferior.
I feel like the Army would disagree.
Put them all under, and I have an admiral. I'm thinking they could run the whole shebang.
I do think they should increase the funding for it for sure. So, because we're not fighting in the Middle East anymore.
Not
They
yet.
kind of downgraded the Navy though. They put everything into the Army, haven't they? In the last 10
Not,
years.
not that I know of, but I haven't actually kept up with that sort of stuff. And the first person to go would be Pete Hegseth.
Well, I'm sure you would get rid of him quickly.
There was no Air Force in the 40s. It was Army Air Force, Mr. SKC.
Yeah.
So let's see here. We're going to move on very shortly to U.S. children deported. 3 children, including one receiving cancer treatments, removed from the country. Tom Homan says it wasn't a deportation because their mothers chose to take them. Oh, this dude is just becoming an ogre, literally, like what was Shrek? He's becoming.
I knew when they appointed him. I knew when he was first appointed that he was a problem, but it was by Obama.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
I'm just kidding.
Obama's not perfect.
No, I'm kidding. But he has been. But he's worked for both Republican and Democrat. I mean, he must do a good job.
And that means what? He's not a horrible person.
I mean, much like Fauci, he's just kind of an incumbent.
Oh, no. He's nothing like Fauci.
I mean, meaning that he worked for both parties. You know, he worked for both parties, so to speak. Like pals work for both parties. You know.
All right.
So,
well,
he's pretty effective.
Let's hear a
apparently.
little piece. Let's hear a
Pretty
little
effective.
piece because I actually watched part of this press conference. Let's have a look at this. Let's see.
Damn, Deacon Dave lit it up there, didn't he? Their mothers chose to take them. Well, that's a good point.
Okay, that is such a bad argument.
Illegally. The federal judge in Louisiana who was appointed by President Trump said that he was concerned that there was, quote, no meaningful process. Are you concerned that due process, at least for the U.S. citizen children, is being flouted and that the speed at which the enforcement is being done could lead to errors?
I'd said from day one, that if you enter this country legally, it's a crime. If you remain in this country legally and you ignore a judge's order about deporting, if you choose to have a U.S. citizen child, knowing you're in this country legally, you put yourself in that position. You put your family in that position.
True.
What is remove children with their mothers who requested the children depart with them. This was a parental decision. Parenting 101. The mothers made that choice. And I tell you what, if we didn't do it, the story today.
Parenting 101 with one choice. You're going to be deported. Do you want to take your kids? That's the choice?
They risked it.
What
they rolled
kind
the
of
dice on it.
motherfucking ogre is this?
I mean, he makes a good point, though. It's
He
personal
makes a
responsibility.
fucking shitty point.
No. The Republicans.
Okay, no. Let's reframe this the way it should be framed. America first. That means American citizens first. His argument holds no value on any layer. Even if you want to go down to morality, the dude is an ogre and he is making a very U.S. citizens are not supporting this sort of decision-making process.
I mean, they should. It's personal
The goal
responsibility.
is not bad, but the method is.
Well, how would you do it, Stanley? Like, just let everybody.
I would
hang
give
out
them
this-
due process.
Okay, so I don't
That's
understand.
really the only thing I would do.
Due
different is
process
doesn't
have to do with a kid.
Give
it's a
these
kid.
mothers due process, and the focus should be protecting American citizens. I don't
Well,
care if their parents.
How didn't she get due process?
If their parents.
How
made
didn't
a
she get due
mistake-
process?
Okay, motherfucker, you're interrupting me.
I'm just asking.
You are literally interrupting me. I'm trying to give you an answer.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
It does not matter that the mother or the parent made a mistake. These kids are U.S. citizens, and you're depriving them of a God-given right to an American childhood based on a parent's bad decision and a single choice. And if you only have one choice, be deported, that's not a choice. It's whether to take your American citizens with you or not. American citizens first, America first. And if that is not the locus of your decision making through due process, then you are the bad American in being un-American.
That's interesting. Because what if the other country didn't accept
Don't
the kid?
care about the other country. We're talking America.
I understand
America,
Leo, but I'm saying
America first. America first.
No, just let me.
When you start considering
Deacon Dave's
other
in the back.
countries, that's not America first.
Well, I'm
You guys,
saying.
Don't tell me what you're saying. If you are not America first,
You're
on this,
interrupting.
then
You're
you
interrupting.
are literally. Of course, I'm going to interrupt.
Deacon,
And plan
go ahead.
on. I will continue to interrupt. America first. USA. USA. And that literally means American citizens first.
I'm asking the question.
Don't ask me. I'm telling.
Okay, Can I just ask you a question though? Jesus.
It better
So
be a
that
good
woman,
one, because there are bad
it's a
questions.
great one. What if the other country, like I don't know where they're going back to, or she's going back
Okay,
to.
why are we talking other countries?
Can I get it out? Just let me get it out, okay? What if the other country said we're not going to accept the kids here because they're American citizens? What's the deal with that?
You know what? It would be just desserts. They would be more America first than Tom Homan and President Trump.
I mean, it's interesting, right? Like, what do you do if they won't accept the kid?
American citizens, because we can't give them an American childhood. They are more America first than President Trump.
I mean, would the kid just sit in the airport or the embassy?
Listen to what I'm saying. That country is more America first than our U.S. president.
I don't disagree, but it is interesting because if they said we don't accept the
But
kid,
it's a hypothetical, and
well,
you
we'd have
know
to
my
take the kid back.
You know my
Legally.
relationship to hypotheticals.
I'm saying we'd have to take.
Do I
We'd be
need to
forced to take the
reiterate
kid.
my thoughts on hypotheticals?
Listen, we would be forced to take the kid. We would be forced to take the kid, and they take
Forced
the mom.
to take an American citizen kid, correct?
We would be forced
Why
to take
would
the
we
kid
be
back.
forced to respect American citizenship?
You're
That
not
should be
understanding what
job
I'm saying.
one. If we are America first, we respect American citizenship.
I
Those kids are
understand that.
American citizens. And I will go back to what I said. Damn the parents' mistakes. America first.
You don't understand what I'm saying, I don't think.
I don't care what you're saying.
Why not?
Because it's
We're having
not
a conversation.
It's not America first.
Ryan, he's picked his flag. He's not going to move off
Yeah,
this point.
and that flag is what, Dave? What flag am I waving right now?
In the America first.
What flag am I waving?
And then in about an hour, we'll be talking about the children, which totally, you want them to be
Again, Dave, I understand your natural desire to support these bad MAGA policies. All I'm saying is America first. That means American citizens first. If your mommy made a mistake, we're not going to punish the kids.
This is a certain level of obtuseness that you have to take.
Okay, it's a certain level of not understanding what America first means. This is the regular, degular MAGA not really comprehending what America first means. It's just something your lips flap. America first.
This isn't
Without understanding the meaning of it.
Per international law.
Wait, hold it. Did you say international law?
Yes.
America first. Who cares about international law?
Okay, I'm not the right-wing lunatics that you're speaking of, Stanley. I'm trying to have an intelligent conversation with you.
Yeah, it's not an intelligent conversation when you ask those sorts of questions.
I didn't even ask the question.
Well, then you shouldn't.
I'm trying to.
Don't bother.
No. Okay, well then go ahead.
I will just shoot it down. If you are not asking,
I'm asking you
if you
the
are not
question.
asking the question in an America First framing, I'm not that interested in the question.
Did she have
I
a
was
flag?
asking, do you know about international law? Do you know what the
Don't care
policy?
about it. I'm talking America
Okay.
First.
Okay, so then
How
that's
about
fine.
let's put American law first?
Well, you can't do that.
Yes, you can.
We're a member of the UN, and we're supposed to be honoring
Okay,
some of their
maybe I
laws.
need to remind you of what we're talking about. We're talking American citizens being deported.
Okay.
Because
Yes, the
of their
child.
parents, because of their mommy's mistakes. You're making kids suffer because of the mistakes of their mommy. That's not America First.
I didn't say it was. I'm trying to
Okay,
ask you,
then
do you
stop
know an
asking me
answer?
dumb questions.
It's not, you haven't even let me ask the question.
Is
You're
it
just blowing me up here. I don't understand.
Is it America First?
It's an international law question. Do you
I
happen to
don't care
know?
about international law. I just said that. I'm talking America First, not international first.
Okay. Well, then that's fine. Go ahead.
I thought it was the first time I said it. America
What does
First.
America
Do
First
not make
argument?
American citizens suffer. Do not deport American citizens.
Get in here. Get in here. So Stanley's American First argument also comes with illegal aliens,
Okay,
ignoring the
no.
role.
How can Americans?
You don't care what the law is.
How can an American citizen be an alien?
I mean,
well, the woman is an alien, the mom.
And
So
I literally just said, do
family.
not make American citizens suffer for the mistakes of mommy.
Well, he can stay. The kid can stay in the country.
Okay, no. You don't deprive a kid of their mother. I'm literally saying,
well, hold on. That would be America
at
last.
a minimum, we run them through due process. If a judge says deport the kids, then I have to abide by it. Tom Homan is not due process. Neither is President Trump.
There's no due process.
The executive branch of the U.S. government is not the vehicle.
She hasn't declared
for
herself
process.
anything.
I don't care about it, dude. You need to literally address my point. Don't make a counterpoint. Address my point, then make a counterpoint. The executive branch does not do due process. The judicial branch does.
We all know that. I agree.
Okay, then what are you flapping your gums about?
Look, Brooklyn is literally answering my question. She got what I was saying.
Well, Brooklyn can come up here and do it in person. I'm not looking at the chat currently. I'm addressing a very obtuse question.
But she was able to answer it. And through all the muddle, she was able to answer it.
Okay,
Amazingly.
the muddle is America First. American citizens should not suffer. They should not be deported because their mommy was here illegally. And
I totally agree.
if mommy needs to stay and she's given a legal status, I'm all for that.
Yeah, but she didn't declare herself anything. So
okay, again, due process.
She failed to go to her hearings.
Again, due process.
There's no due process when you don't go to your hearings.
It all gets sorted out, not by Tom Homan or Trump.
She didn't go to her hearings.
Don't care.
So how do you have due process when you don't go to court?
Look, Tom Homan saying your choice is to take your kids or not is not the type of due process.
So you're saying avoid all the laws and just do whatever you want.
I'm saying bend the laws.
Bend the laws. Okay. So you're just saying, okay, that's fine.
Nope,
That's what Trump's going to.
I'm saying a judge gets to decide.
If you don't go to court, the judge can't decide.
Okay, dude. I think they'll go to court if Tom Homan, they're in custody. They have no choice but to go before a judge. Tom Homan can at least do that.
Well, okay. I don't know how she doesn't show up in court. I don't know what she does.
Okay. She's going to have to show up in court because she's in a detention center in Louisiana. I'm betting Tom Homan can make sure that she winds up in front of a judge. Can Tom Homan do that?
I'm not sure.
Well, I'm not sure either.
Well,
And
she'll go for arraignment.
I'm inclined to think he can't.
She'll go for arraignment if they release her on bail.
Okay, you're
then she
not
won't
quite
come back.
getting it. You're fussing and fighting over something that Tom Homan can make sure that due process happens. Can he not?
I don't know. He's
Well,
not
then,
a
you know
judge.
what?
So I don't
If
know.
you don't know, why do we need Tom Homan?
Well, he tried to before, but she didn't go to court.
Okay,
So.
I'm sorry. You're lying on that part. She's in a detention
Brooklyn
center in
seems to know more
Louisiana.
than any of us.
And by the
She
way,
seems to-
it's kind of a moot point. They're gone. I'm saying they shouldn't have been gone.
Yeah.
John, hello. Okay, they do not get due process if they are here illegally. Sorry, that's not how it works. Is that the answer you're saying?
I think
Kimmy is giving. Okay.
No, it was earlier. It was earlier to my other countries.
It does
don't have
not
to accept
matter
our
if
citizens.
she's here illegally. There are American citizens being deprived of an American childhood. At a minimum, that should be adjudicated, is my point. And all the bullshit and tap dancing you want to do doesn't change my point. We're deporting American citizens, whether it's mommy's choice or not. Sorry. If mommy made a mistake, then we need to correct the mistake either by giving her a legal status and giving these children an American childhood, or deporting them. But Tom Homan should not be the judge. That's not his job.
Well, I don't know. Apparently
he's not a judge. Can we agree? He is not in the judicial branch.
He's not a judge, but this isn't a judicial matter.
It is a judicial matter, is my point. These people are these American citizens who are not of age are winding up somewhere where they didn't grow up because a mother made a mistake. That is not a good thing. It is not a moral thing, and it's going to come back to bite America. It is a bad policy.
So what is the situation here? The child is a citizen.
I can read about it. Do you want me to send you the link?
No, I'm just summation. Which one
the
is
summation is we're deporting American kids who are American citizens, and they're giving the mother the choice of take your kids or don't. So essentially, we're not doing due process. Tom Homan is making a decision without due process. And I don't care if the mother is illegal. The kids are U.S. citizens being deprived of a U.S. childhood because Tom Homan wants to punish the kids and the mother directly and the kids indirectly.
She pumped the kid out here.
That is not due process.
And avoided all her hearings, by the way.
What do they do?
Don't care. Which part of I don't care can't you fathom?
No, but what are they saying? So they're saying the child is being deprived of what? Like what is the?
I'm saying a child, an American citizen who is a minor, is being deprived of an American childhood because of a mother's mistake.
And where are the people from?
The people, the American citizens, are from America. Where do you think they would be from?
Where is the non-American citizen from?
I don't care where the mother's from. She's not from America, and she's here illegally.
I didn't ask you if you cared. I just wanted. I'm just asking.
Okay, then don't ask me at all.
Well, does anyone know where she's
from? You
wanted
right? me to sum it up.
Yeah,
I'm summing it up.
Where's she from? Yeah, that's relevant.
Don't know. Don't care. She's not from America. Is the point?
I know you don't care, but I'm just curious.
Okay, well then, you know what? I am basically saying she's not from America. She's here illegally. She's being deported, and the choice is you take your American citizen kids or leave them here. I'm saying that's not a choice. I'm saying this needs to not be Tom Homan's decision. It needs to be put before a judge for due process. And if the choice is give these American citizens an American childhood and give the mother who obviously made a mistake and did something illegal, give her a legal status, because American kids should not be deprived of an American childhood.
I'm guessing that these people must be from a bad country, because
Who gives a fuck whether they're from a bad country?
Well,
Where they're from is not the issue. Where they are is the issue, and where they're going is the issue.
Because you're saying she would be deprived of it, she can always come back.
No, not she. I'm talking her kids, the American citizens I was talking about.
That's what I'm saying. Like if the grandma, if there was a grandmother or any
Dude,
kind
keep up.
Couldn't the child stay here if she had any kind of
why would you leave a child here motherless?
They chuck babies over the wall down there in Texas.
Well, I mean,
Who gives a fuck what people are doing? Irrelevant to my point.
Well, but I guess what I'm asking is if the mother put herself in a bad situation. I mean, we put mothers in prison.
So the kids should suffer for the mother's bad decision.
Well,
if there is a choice whether they should suffer or not. If there is a choice, we should punish the mother and the kids too.
Well, it's like if a mother commits a crime.
Okay, we disagree on that.
She did.
Move on.
She didn't go to court after she came to our country.
Don't care about any of that. Which part?
She's a known criminal.
Care. See, what you want to do is punish the kids for the mother's mistake.
If you're so concerned about your children, there are millions of women and children that
motherfucker, shut that stupid
adoption.
shit up.
You can adopt a kid.
I disagree with John and Stanley. I think.
Oh, you have a third option.
SKC's bringing it. I like it. I like it.
Yeah,
Bring it, SKC. Bring it to him.
I disagree with both of them.
I don't have an opinion. I'm just trying to get some facts here. You know, it doesn't really
Okay,
matter.
the facts. I can send you a link so you can catch up if you'd like.
I'm just saying, like, you know, clearly the child doesn't have to.
Okay, she is not, dude. I don't care about her. I care about the kids.
Well, but
I don't.
And the kids are American citizens.
Right, but
I don't understand the extreme arrogance that's going on right now. I mean, how do we not know that the child will have a much better,
we don't care about any of that. Let's stick SKC. You're already drifting away from my point. And that's what these far right folks like yourself do.
Why are you being so arrogant about America?
The fact is, the mother is illegal.
Honduras
they want to deport her. Let me catch you up, because apparently the folks here haven't been listening long enough to actually know where I'm going with this. So let me catch you up. What about Honduras? We're talking America, not Honduras. Don't do that, SKC. SKC, don't.
They may want
distract
their
for my
citizen
point.
back.
What you want to do? Hey, you know what? Fuck bingo. This isn't a game.
Give our mother,
what I'm saying, SKC,
and her
whoa, SKC. Let's not overstep your bounds. The mother is illegal. They want to deport her, and rightly so. Don't have a problem with that. The catch is her kids. And we're talking two cases. The case I'm talking about is the most recent. The mother has two kids who are American citizens.
Yeah, but who are you?
So her choice, I don't know why you're talking. Her choice is you can take your kids or leave them here. My thing is if you send her and her two kids, you are depriving American citizens of their birthright.
But you're also depriving
because you want to punish the mother.
Why is it a punishment to go to Honduras?
I don't think Tom Homan should be the one making that decision, the final outcome. I think it should go through due process.
But what happened if Honduras?
I don't care about the hypotheticals. Please address my point. You
I
don't
am
think I'm
addressing your
right.
point.
You don't think I'm right? Yes or no?
No, I am addressing your point. Honduras
Okay,
has a
I asked you a
citizen.
question, a direct question. Do you think I'm right
Colonizer.
or wrong?
No.
Colonizer.
At the very beginning, I said I don't
It's a
agree
very
with you or
colonization
John.
attitude.
Okay, well, you didn't agree with me either, if I recall.
Right, and that's what I was saying. I don't agree with either of you because there is a citizen of a sovereign nation named Honduras, and that country has
Okay,
a
dude,
citizen,
then you don't get my point. Nope,
citizen
nope.
was
I don't want
pregnant
to
before
talk about
coming into the
Honduras.
United States.
Honduras has nothing to do with this.
Yes, it is. That's their citizen.
Okay, the 2 kids are citizens of Honduras?
That woman was pregnant before she even came to the States.
Okay, where was the kid born?
Those kids were
See, this is the
conceived
dumb bullshit you want to
Honduras.
drag into this. I don't care if she was pregnant. Where was the child born?
The child was conceived in Honduras.
Where was the child born?
So now,
14th Amendment stuff here, SKC. I won't be distracted by your dude.
Life begins at conception.
Oh, really? Life begins at conception?
Life
Where's that
begins at
written in the
conception.
fucking Constitution?
It may be in the Constitution.
Okay,
of Honduras.
motherfucker, don't bore me with that little bullshit. Amend the Constitution if you want that silliness in it.
Well,
Bottom
she's a
line
citizen of Honduras.
Bottom line is the 14th Amendment does not cover conception unless you want to start talking about
why do you
pursuit
want
of
to
happiness and all that.
Why do you want to
See,
arrogantly
SKC, you did
push-
not bring light to this. You just brought more smoke.
No, I'm just saying it's
And the smoke is making me rather high.
There's a mother who belongs to another country.
SKC,
She's a citizen of another country.
SKC, your point is dead to me.
So
you want to talk about where the child was conceived?
Yes.
Okay, you need to take that to some far right like birther bullshit.
How?
Panel.
Why?
Because that's not this panel. The
But that's
14th
biology.
Amendment does not cover conception.
Right, but her citizenship came first.
Okay. You want to talk about jurisdiction and all that? No. We talked about this last night. Jurisdiction as it stands now is if you're born here, birthright citizenship literally says birth and right.
So okay,
Not
so you're trying to
conceived and right. If you set foot in this country, if you are born in this country, the 14th Amendment at this point in time says you are a U.S. citizen.
So you're
all
trying to
that
tell me
theoretical bullshit. We can talk about
I'm
it
not-
at the end of May once
that's
the
fine.
Supreme Court,
that's fine.
as it stands now,
That's
it's
not my
birth
argument.
and right.
That's not
I
my
don't care
argument.
about your argument at this point.
I
talk,
know you don't
talk
care.
conception, and you wrong.
But that's not my argument.
The
My
four-
argument is
I don't
this.
care about your argument now.
This is my.
Yeah, I
argument.
thought
My
I thought you were going to make a good argument that
You haven't heard it.
makes sense under current law.
You haven't.
I
heard
had
it.
no clue. I had no clue you were going to do like pre-crime. This isn't Minority Report.
No, you haven't heard my argument yet.
I don't care about your argument now. I don't want to hear it. Basically.
All right. So this is what I'm.
Whoa! Don't try and sneak it in. I'm not concerned with your argument because I know you're going to try and sneak that conception bullshit.
No,
in.
I'm not. I'm not going to say anything about conception. This is
Should
my
I
argument.
trust you? Should I trust that you won't
Trust
do?
the coon, Stanley. Trust the coon. Trust the coon. So here we go. And I just want to know, maybe John and Ryan, let me know if I'm going too stupid.
You know what? They have proved unworthy of this conversation.
Well, they're here. Let's make a.
Oh, do I have to humor them?
That would be nice. You know that would be the American first thing.
But nice.
Yeah, but
Dude,
who,
as soon as you start that,
Where-
I'm not going to follow the 14th Amendment stuff. I'm going to cut it off.
where does Honduras's rights?
Honduras
play a
has
role in any
nothing
of
to
this?
do with my argument.
No, I'm
Now
I'm
wait,
just
hold
wondering,
it. You
where
want
does
to bring in
Honduras's rights have anything
Honduras
to do
and
with it?
citizenship in Honduras? Is that where this argument's going to go?
Hey, that she's a citizen of
Yes or
Honduras.
no? Is it going to go there?
I'm just saying what she is.
Is it going to go there? Yes or no?
She is a citizen of
She
Honduras.
is not the problem.
I'm not saying
She is
I'm not saying
not
that
the
she's the problem.
locus. She is not the focus or the locus or the pocus of my argument.
I'm not saying that she's the problem. I'm not saying she's the problem. What I'm saying
So
is,
the kids are the problem?
what I'm saying is since she is a citizen of Honduras, why is it that Honduras doesn't get a say in whether or not they get to have?
Because she's not in Honduras. Let's use the word jurisdiction, which is in the 14th Amendment. She's not in Honduras. They don't have jurisdiction over her body. Is why Honduras doesn't matter.
So basically,
you ask me easy questions and I give you good answers. She's not in Honduras. At least at the time this decision was made.
America can keep.
You know what? I'll just have to cut you off. I'll just have to cut you off. Honduras has nothing to do with my argument. When this decision was made, she was illegally here, not in Honduras. They don't have jurisdiction. They do not have jurisdiction in the United States.
Well,
that's why they don't matter.
Can I ask a question?
If you must.
Well, why do you think that Chris Van Hollen has jurisdiction in El Salvador to bring back Albert Garcia?
He was there. He was there with Bukele's permission.
Okay, but we can't bring a guy back that's a citizen of that country.
Okay,
either.
that's bullshit. We're changing the topic. We can do that next if you like.
No, I'm just saying that.
You're just
want to impose our will on these small countries.
You're just trying to.
It's a very colonialist attitude.
You're trying to conflate two very bad arguments.
Colonizer mindset, Ryan.
It is. It's a very colonizer mindset. It's an oppressor mindset.
You know what I take from this, Stanley, is that it sounds like you are saying that this little girl deserves every opportunity to grow up in America because she's an American citizen. All the benefits and things like that that come from being a citizen. That sounds like what you're saying to me?
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. And she shouldn't be. Tom Homan should not deprive her of that.
And it would be a punishment to send her somewhere else, to another country. She's in the greatest country.
No. It wouldn't be a punishment. It would be a deprivation. She'll probably be fine.
It would be a deprivation. Well, no, I think if you listen to what he's saying is that, for the people that complain about being here, like Stanley saying, this is a great thing to be here. It would be
a totally different argument.
It would be a different. But I'm just.
Okay, you're talking about people complaining.
Well, I'm just saying.
Sorry, that is a total change of topic. I don't understand why we're talking about people. Are you talking about citizens who complain about America? Were we talking about citizens of America complaining?
Well, for the people, that just is interesting that for the people that woe is me here in America, and here you saying it.
Totally different topic. Can we table it till we're done with this one? Then we can move on. We can move on.
Yeah, let's do that next. How great it is to be in America versus
anyone got a good argument against Tom Homan? Anyone got a good argument about taking an extra day or two to run this before a judge so due process can be done?
Yeah, she failed to go. She had her opportunity.
And you know what? Her two kids are helpless. And
so then
can I say, SKC, can I say that you are pro making American citizens suffer for the mistakes of their parent?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then at least I know where you stand.
Like Stanley, can she go to wherever she's from, wherever her parents are being deported to? Can she just go with her family?
Yeah, Honduras.
Why would you make a 2-year-old or a 7-year-old or a 5-year-old suffer for the mistake of their parent when it's easily fixable? How about just give at a minimum let a judge decide?
They tried to do
someone
that.
who's more fair and less biased than a Tom Homan
they tried to
or
do
a Donald Trump. Don't know why I have to be interrupted right now. I'm just saying I'm okay if a judge says, hey, Tom Homan's right. At least I would have the satisfaction of knowing that someone who is more objective about the situation made a decision that's a little bit more in line with taking American citizens' issues more seriously than a Tom Homan or this panel.
So you okay if the judge comes down with the same order?
I'm okay with that. At least due process happened. That's really the crux of my argument. There needs to be due process. Tom Homan just should not be the final arbiter, judge, and jury.
Why? Is it because
there's a 14th Amendment.
So if a person decides not,
and a 5th Amendment, by the way, but 14th is the one I'm thinking about because it involves due process and birthright.
So if a person decides not to,
okay, dude, I simple answer. I am pro due process for American citizens, especially if they're minors.
So are you pro due process at all costs?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. That's where we differ.
Well, that was simple.
Yeah. I don't think that you can just continuously throw all sorts of resources at due
I
process.
think exceptions to rules apply here. And you know
especially
what?
if you miss your court date 9 times in a row.
The extra 2 days to make sure it's done right. It doesn't run through a court and the court having to the kerfuffle that these sorts of decisions make they're avoidable. And Trump doesn't seem to be capable of not making a mess and a big deal out of simple things.
So
the simple extra 2 days, and I'm guessing at the 2 days might be longer, might be shorter.
No, let's go with 2.
Doing something constitutionally could save.
She was given a court date. It is constitutional. She was given a court date.
Hey, dumbass, you keep bringing up this court date. Was it after Tom Homan got his
multiple times she missed court.
Or was it okay?
It was before.
Okay,
2 days. Stanley is right.
Ryan, no. Stop, Ryan. Stop bringing up the past. I'm talking. Once ICE got her, did she avoid a court date?
It was too late by then.
Okay, I asked Ryan, not SKC. Ryan, did she avoid a court date once ICE took charge of her? Hello? Well, I don't know where Ryan skedaddled off. Probably he got a plate sailed. Ryan got a plate sailed at him, and he's busy ducking.
I think you make a good point with the 2 days, though. But I would wonder, though.
Well, I don't know if it's 2 days. It's just a number I pulled out. All I'm saying is the extra time. Again, and this is a point I know you heard me make over the past couple days. Doing it right the first time means you don't have to keep revisiting it in the press and all the other supposed enemies. The due process, if the judge agrees with you, it would be over and done with. It wouldn't make the press, etc. I wouldn't be complaining about it. At least a day in court was had. Donald Trump revels in the mess he makes. He does not care about doing a good job.
Hold on for 1 second. People keep mentioning missed court dates. What does that have to do with anything?
It has nothing to do with it.
She had a hearing. She had a hearing about her.
When was the hearing?
About her ability to be here. Years
when was the hearing?
Years ago.
Okay, then it's irrelevant to my point.
So why didn't she? So if she had gone to those hearings, could she have possibly saved her?
Who knows? It's a hypothetical.
I'm saying, is that what the
Who
hearings?
knows? It's a
That's the legal
hypothetical.
process.
We cannot
Follow
know what the results would have been
What were the
because it
hearings
never
for?
happened.
What were the hearings?
Once again, people who vote for Trump are just really have no sense of time. They live in hypotheticals.
Blacks go to politics. I'm gonna ask you a question.
Oh, motherfucker, I go to politics all the time.
Yeah,
That's what
I
this
understand
is
that.
about.
But I'm asking, like, I asked you a simple question. I don't think it had anything to do with
Okay, the
politics.
simple question
What are you going to court
is
for?
a dumb question.
But
And
what
I
was
don't
she going to
entertain dumb questions.
Okay, well, if anybody knows, put it in the chat. What was she going to court for? What were the hearings for? Did
Who
she?
cares? It's irrelevant.
Because people keep mentioning it, so clearly.
Okay, well, people are wrong and they shouldn't mention it.
Do you know what she was going to court for? Do you know?
Nope, don't care. It's irrelevant to my point.
All right, so maybe she stole something.
I don't like carrying excess like rhetorical baggage.
You don't like being informed.
No, I don't like dumbasses coming up, bringing up stuff that happened years ago and informing current opinions based on hypotheticals. I don't like dumb arguments.
I asked you a question, you don't even know the answer.
Okay, and I thought it was a dumb question. Not every question is worth answering.
Sure, but you don't even know the particulars.
I have impatience with dumb questions.
But you don't know the particulars of what you're talking about.
I don't care about the particulars.
Good morning.
They literally don't have anything to do with my point. Tell me why I should care about something that's irrelevant to my point, John?
Because she could have saved herself if she had shown.
Because she could have.
Maybe. I don't know what the court hearings were
Yeah,
about.
okay, John.
You know what the hearings were about. You say you don't know. Does anyone know what the
No,
hearings?
I don't care. I didn't say I didn't know.
No, you black. You don't
Do I
care.
not know? I don't care. It's irrelevant.
You don't know
It is
anything.
irrelevant.
Does
The
anybody
excess
know?
baggage?
What was she going to court for?
John, I know you want to get a rise.
I'm
It's
just- I
irrelevant
asked you
to
a
my
question.
point.
Then you
It's
go all black
irrelevant.
on me and
Hey,
like, I don't give a fuck.
I will let you remain asking dumb questions, and I'll just say hello to Kimmy.
Good morning,
Hey, Kimmy.
Stanley. I'm just here to correct you on two things you said.
Oh,
Number one, committing a crime is not a choice. A mistake. It's not a mistake, it's a choice. That's number one.
you're right. It's a choice.
Number
You're
two,
right on that one. What's your second point?
My second point is you said something about getting it done right the first time. So one of the most recent deportees was deported by Obama, re-entered illegally, and got deported again, and people are crying about due process. What due
Okay, now
process?
let me
This
ask
person was
you. Let
already
me ask
deported
you a
by
question.
a former
Let me
president.
ask you a question before you get much farther. How does it pertain to my point? Can you
Because
connect
you
those
raised the
dots?
point of getting it right the first time. Obama got it right the
Right,
first time and
right.
deported that person. So now they're
Mhm.
back and got deported again, and people are crying about due process. What due process? This person was already deported by a former president.
Okay, and your point would be what?
It was
Due
done right the
process.
first time.
Whoa, whoa,
It
whoa,
was
whoa.
done right the first
You
time. But
you
this
stated your
problem,
point. I get it. Now let
Okay.
me ask you a question. Does that matter to my point?
I mean, it does. We can't keep crying about people
How
having due
so?
process
Connect the dots.
when they're invading. This is an invasion. How do you?
Okay,
how do
so
you,
that case pertains to this case. I'm struggling to figure out how
not
they're.
everybody's going to get due process in an invasion. It's
So
gonna
does
overwhelm
that
the
mean
system.
people
It's gonna
should not
overwhelm the
get due
system.
process?
People are not getting it. That's just a fact.
No,
They're
no,
not
no.
getting it.
I didn't ask you if they're getting it. I'm asking you if they should get it.
I think it's case by case, and I think in the
Okay,
cases we've
in this particular case, Tom Homan literally had the lady and her children. He could have arranged for it. My question, to repeat, should this woman have gotten due process?
I'm going to say no to that.
She was getting some due
Whoa,
process.
whoa, whoa, I'm sorry, I didn't hear Kim's answer.
I'm going to say no to that, being that she's
Okay, then we
ignored several
disagree.
court notices.
I think then we disagree. She
But
should
weren't
have
there
gotten
court
it.
notices?
And the reason she
We don't
should have
have to
gotten
agree.
it is the reason she should have gotten it is because it is bigger than her and her crime. We have two minor
She's ignoring the court.
birthright
why do we have to kiss her ass?
birthright citizenship children that we are flagrantly ignoring in this.
All parents should think about their children
chose the
pursuing
wrong
Okay, I don't
legitimate
care about
goals.
all parents, Kim.
I think you made a bad choice of this one to defend this, Stanley. There's so many children who lose their mothers because of prison.
Okay, again,
they made a choice.
You thinking I made a bad choice is
It's a little short-sighted,
you think I made a bad choice? I'm just gonna have to live with that one, John.
It's an idealist position.
Yeah, a half-wit nigga.
What was America founded on, SKC? Practicality or an ideal? Ideal.
I thought it was white supremacy colonialism.
Okay, chuckle. I don't know how to even respond to that, but
I think
seriously,
it's less about
folks.
American rights and more about people just trying to cherry pick what's wrong with President Trump and make him seem like a failure.
That's what it is.
That's what it is.
Well, I recommend all three of you read a history book. Maybe you should read Madison's notes, and you'll have a better idea.
You bring
up like operating off common sense, man. Like shit, the bitch missed.
Okay, John, you are not the arbiter of common sense. I literally don't think you have common sense. Okay, no. You need to hear what I just said. You are not the arbiter of common sense, in my opinion. In my opinion, you don't have common sense, John. I've never heard you utter a common sense point.
Yeah, and you still believe that the boy down in Texas.
Okay, don't tell me what I believe. Address what I said, John.
You know what?
John, that's why I call you one of the holy men, John. If you heard me give you credit for being one of the holy men, these motherfuckers, here's what these holy men do. They give it to black culture like it needs to be given with both fucking barrels.
And you know what? There's the other man who has no common sense.
You know something? I just want to see if this is common sense. Stanley brought up something earlier where he said 2 extra days, which sounds very reasonable. But if you were to stretch out 2 extra days over, let's just say, 50,000 people, you're talking close to 200 years of extra time.
Bullshit.
That's what it is. That's
okay.
What that's what the math equates to.
This is literally MAGA hypotheticizing fantasy into fact.
No, there's more than 50,000.
Okay, no. Don't you dare, dude. You are talking 50,000 hypothetical people over two hypothetical years when I'm literally talking about a case that it's past now, but it was real time. I don't buy those sorts of MAGA fake hypothetical arguments, and you know me better than this.
Any of that.
SKC, you must be doing this for audience participation because you know I'm going to shoot that sort of silliness down.
No, it's just basic forecasting.
It is literally basic hypothetical.
No, it's basic forecasting.
It is literally never happened, hasn't happened, maybe it will happen. It's hypothetical.
No, it has happened. It's not hypothetical.
Okay, so 50,000 people have had 2 days. Can you enlighten me? Can you document this happening of yours?
Yes, 50,000 people have not showed up to their court cases.
And
boom.
So if you were to take the 2 extra days to
if you what maybe people don't understand is what if means. If means it hasn't happened. If implies hypothetical. Stop it, SKC. Stop it, SKC. Save it for the John Galts of the world. Save that bullshit for the John Galts and the B Braves. The Stanley Crosses know what if means.
But you were the one who implied it.
Don't give me butt and stop whining.
I'm saying you implied it.
I didn't imply shit.
Yes, you did.
I did not imply 50,000 people, sir. I did not imply 50,000 people.
No, I gave you a reality.
Okay, then don't give me anything. I don't need your gifts. I don't need you to give me anything.
I'm not giving you anything. I'm just saying a reality.
Oh, no. You said you give. You said I give. I don't need you to give me anything.
To the situation, not to you as a gift.
I will do better with your wording.
No, do better with context.
I don't need you to give to me or the situation. I need you to keep that sort of silliness for the John Galt stuff, people. The John Galt people have no common sense. They're holy men. It works for them.
I'm not on
me.
the holy thing. I don't know anything about all of that. All I'm saying is there are more than 50.
Well, you're learning slowly but surely.
Yeah, there are more than 50,000 people who have missed their court cases. I'm using
irrelevant to my point, SKC. Irrelevant.
Okay, so as I've developed it, when you add time to the people who have missed their
oh my God, how long are we gonna spend 200 years on this point?
It almost seems
it's not a point it's not a point I need consider.
But that is a cost.
I don't care.
Right,
it's irrelevant to my point.
That's the point that I'm saying.
Which part, dude? Your point. Your point is. Oh, I get it. You want me to say your point is noted. Noted.
No, I'm just
your
saying.
Point is noted.
Time and resources are important.
I just don't understand why we're spending so much time on a hypothetical.
It's not a hypothetical.
SKC, have you had breakfast?
I have had breakfast and my morning workout.
Wow. Well, you know what? You're doing brain work and body work. I'm impressed. Correct. Hypotheticals will sharpen your mind.
It is not a hypothetical.
It's like you're doing a frontal lobe push up.
No. Here's
it's like your frontal lobe is on the Peloton, cycling quickly.
Here's the reality. Do we have finite time and resources?
No.
We have finite time and resources.
No, you said do. Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Yes, time is finite, and I'm just talking about one or two cases. Your 50,000 is noted, but not relevant. Thank you.
You want to.
No. Don't ask me what I want. I've told you what I want.
Why are those cases more important than others then?
Because they are topical and happened recently. That's why.
So that's what makes them more important?
Yes.
Wow. So the other people, they don't matter.
No, they matter when they become topical and relevant. And
so
recent.
only when the media.
Yes.
So the media is the arbiter.
I would never know about this, and neither would you if the media hadn't reported it. I think the media did a good job, don't you?
So no,
I think the media did a good job, don't you?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well,
actually,
sorry to hear that.
They're the ones that admitted.
Okay, now we're going to talk about the media.
Well, you brought them up.
Yeah, I did. I'm sorry for doing that.
Following the conversation as you lead it.
I'm not interested in the conversation. I made my point. America first means treating American citizens like American citizens and giving them due process. So that is really the crux of all these words and all this time. American citizens, even if they're minor citizens, should be treated like American citizens. America first, USA, USA, USA.
So who made you the
now? Should I start chanting the Constitution too?
Yes. I don't think that the child or the mother can.
Yeah, I know you want to keep this up, and much to the entertainment of the audience, but I don't have that kind of patience, and I'm losing it quickly.
We can move on.
These are two very specific cases. I have a specific point that American citizens, if America first is true, American citizens, regardless of their age and in spite of the crimes their parents committed, should have due process.
Right. So what happened if I just say American?
So if I'm right, why are we debating it any farther?
Well, what happened if I just say American first is false?
Is false?
Yeah.
Well, then you have to talk to Trump about that.
Well, that's not how he defines it. That's how you defined it.
Yeah. And am I not an American? Are you going to deport me?
No, I just think that if
we could.
If you're trying to redefine what somebody means about something, I mean, maybe you should talk to them.
Look, I'm sure President Trump will hear about my criticism of him and Tom Homan.
But then the reality is that they still gonna do what they're gonna do.
Well, I don't know. Some of the conspiracy theorists on here, you know.
I'm just saying because at the end of the day, the reality is she's gone.
Oh yeah, that is true. And I think it was a mistake. And the other reality is this is in the court system now. And again, it will be kind of like a cry into the void. The deed is done. The point is that this should not happen again. And if this can be reversed, it should be. I have a feeling that kid, Abrego Garcia, is going to wind up back here. And it is a false premise that he can't be brought back. El Salvador is, we are a client of El Salvador. If the people paying him to take those deportees say one of them should be brought back, it'll happen.
But where is he at right now?
Don't care. You heard my point. Your question is irrelevant to my point.
Now,
I'm not worried about the silliness of the following questions. Follow-on questions.
Reality. That's all.
The reality is I predict he'll be back.
Why do you think that? I don't know anything about this case. Why do you think he'll be back?
Because American citizens, his wife, American citizen, his two kids are American citizens. I just don't understand why MAGA wants to break up families.
Because it feels good.
Wait a minute. Can he come back?
It feels good.
It's called deterrence.
You bastard.
Can you come back to his country if you've been deported? Can you come back legally?
I'm sorry, what?
If you want to human traffic people, sure.
Can you come back to this country legally if you've been deported?
If the courts say so, yes.
So you'd have to go to court first and say, hey, I want to come back.
Well, it's already gone through the Supreme Court. The follow-on stuff is being, will probably wind up in front of the Supreme Court again. So if the Supreme Court says you were deported illegally, yes.
So was he deported? So that's what's in front of the court now.
Okay, it's being processed through the courts.
Okay, so if he's found not to have been deported legally, he can come back. Is that what you're saying?
Nah, not really. Even if the court said
he's in El Salvador. El Salvador doesn't have to release him anywhere. Okay, he's their citizen.
Okay, y'all just don't fucking understand my point. And you know what? This is like a confederacy of dunces.
Well, that's what I meant.
No, it's not.
You talking about?
Yeah, it is.
Question: If the Supreme Court says he's
the Supreme Court says it, and I literally just said that America paid El Salvador to have the prison built and to deport the deportees down there.
That's
If a paying customer says, hey, we made a mistake, we need one of them back, it will happen.
That's their prison. We didn't pay for them to build it.
If the Supreme Court, who Trump says he will follow, if the Supreme Court says you made a mistake and they admitted the mistake, the Supreme Court says bring him back. Either Donald Trump keeps his word or he doesn't.
Well, okay. But Calais said he's not sending him back. He's a citizen of their country, convicted in their.
You don't fucking quite get my point, do you?
I don't understand it.
Bukele is receiving money from the United States.
Yes, so we can pull funding.
So you're saying,
but it's his choice to send him back.
You're saying if Donald Trump makes the request, it's not going to happen.
Well, sure. Well, Bukele's got his own country.
So you think
he's a sovereign nation?
You think Bukele has bigger balls than Donald Trump?
I think it's his choice, not Donald Trump's.
No.
Law.
Answer my question. Does Bukele have bigger balls?
I haven't examined their testicles, family, so I don't know.
You know what? You sound like you have because you're literally navel gazing. And now
I have no idea. Sovereign country, their choice, not ours.
The way the real world works, not your
So we can just go to
hypothetical
Russia and
MAGA,
steal their
not your
citizens, do what we want. Okay, makes
hypothetical
sense.
MAGA.
Why don't we bring
I
Snowden
fucking
back? Let's bring Snowden back.
okay.
Hey,
You know what?
Ryan, you know how
all I
that,
have to say is if Snowden wanted to come back, he'd be back.
You know how that conversation would go, Ryan? It would go, because you know they call each other President B and T, right? He'll be like, President B, do you really? Can I have this guy back? No, I don't think so.
Well,
okay,
Lou thinks Bukele has bigger balls. So Lou is.
I think they have a
obviously
great
the expert
relationship,
on
but
this
it's
matter.
still El Salvador's choice to send him back.
Okay,
or not.
I know you guys want to prove your little raisin-sized MAGA points. The reality is, if Trump says that guy comes back, the guy comes back.
You know, you're a colonizer, Stanley. It's a very colonial attitude.
I am.
To just we're the U.S. We do what we want.
Yes, I am a big believer in America is a superpower.
But I thought we didn't deal in ifs.
Don't tell me what you mean you?
That's what you said.
Okay, so you're telling me what I believe, SKC? Is that what you're doing, SKC?
Terrible.
You set the precedent. You said we don't deal in.
Oh, I assume Trump is the president, right?
And then you said if.
That's all I said. ... Oh, I said ... too.
Yeah, I was in ellipsis. It serves.
Well, damn, I cannot believe I speak in ellipses. My bad.
Here's that context thing.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Keep going, SKC. We want to hear what I said.
What's up, I came in a little late. What's the context?
What's up, Jihad?
Hey, what's up, Stanley? So the guy was born in America but got deported. Is that the context? Or
nah, he wasn't born in America.
Oh,
well, wait, hold it. We weren't even talking about guys. We were talking. You know what? This has gotten so far afield. These fucking tap dancers. I'm gonna have to go back to King Shenard logic here. Y'all just tap danced away from my point. Congratulations,
great man.
Okay, Stanley, I want to hear your point, but first
No,
I need to know the context.
This was Sammy Davis level tap dancing.
Oh, you can't give me the Sandman?
Savion, no, that he was the drummer, right?
I believe so.
Anyway,
yeah,
Jihad,
at least give me the Sandman.
let me just put the link in the back, Jihad. You can read it quickly yourself. It's not that complicated.
Jihad, I think at the original we were talking about the woman and her children. She's a Honduran citizen, and she had a child in the States. And basically,
and there are two separate cases, and one's a Honduran, and maybe both are Honduran, but I can't remember now. One of them is.
So basically, she came over here illegally, and then she fornicated several times and had. And she was called for several court cases in between all that time of her fornication, and she failed to go to court. And then people are crying now because she has to go.
I'm not crying. And it's not about her. If this is what I love about the right-wing press and SKC, you should write for the New York Post.
I have this idea. I understand how media works.
Apparently you do.
Putting great headlines of the opposite stuff up would be fascinating. Female illegal fornicator mad about leaving children.
Oh wow!
Hey, so where are the
really,
Stanley? Where are the children? Do you know where the children are?
Apparently they went with her.
Okay, so whatever.
And just to put a little sympathy icing on that cake, one of them has cancer and was receiving treatments. If we have the best medical system in the world, I'm guessing Honduras is second best.
Yeah, then I'll just add in fentanyl laced pregnancy.
You bastard.
Yeah.
You unfeeling bastard.
And we need to clear, bring them back at least and let them get medical care here.
No, Honduras has great medical care.
Oh, wow.
Bring them
You
back.
don't believe in the Honduran system, John.
I mean, I hear so much complaints about the American system. Is
You don't believe in Honduras.
I believe in Honduras.
There we
probably
go.
Honduras more than the medical system.
See, that's what I mean. It's like, so I don't understand where all this arrogance comes from of America. It's like, come on, it's a large world.
I think the whole thing,
That's that colonizer mindset.
Yeah, I think the whole thing, when Stanley talking about a child would be this or that, and I'm like, damn, like,
did Stanley say a child would be this or that, or did I make a specific point? Do you even recall what my
kept
point was?
American child, this or that, But I'm like, damn, like, there are so many women who leave their children behind. They go to prison. Wait,
hold it. 5 and 7-year-olds go to prison?
No, but their mothers do.
Okay, then you know what, dude? That is a totally different circumstance. This is, you know what? Let me be anti-black for a moment.
It's not different. It's the same.
No. I'm gonna pretend that I'm anti-black right now.
I do it better than you. Let me do that. Let me do it. I do
This is Charles Murray's dream. This is like taking two totally different circumstances and acting like they're the same.
Well, I mean,
number one, the mother didn't go to prison. She got deported to Honduras. Right. I'm assuming now maybe she's in prison in Honduras. Do you know something I don't, John?
Well, you talking about the separation of the children.
Okay, don't tell me what I'm talking about. I'm the one who talked about it.
Right, you were talking about the separation of this child.
Okay, and I was not talking about anyone going to prison.
Well, you're talking about the separation.
Okay, you know what? If you commit a crime, then you know what? Within the U.S., they will make arrangements for your kids. Okay, you know how they make arrangements for your kids, John? Do you have an idea, John? It's called due process, which is literally what I'm calling for in this case.
Did the mother commit a crime?
Don't know. I guess she came in illegally.
However,
your dumb ass did not get my
people
point.
Like to separate it when it's the same
okay,
shit.
Dude, I'm gonna have to drop some folks down, and it'll just be me and John because John, I don't know where. Did you get up on the wrong side of the bed this morning? I literally said due process, which was the crux of my argument.
I asked you, did she commit a crime?
The woman going to prison gets due process. This lady going to Honduras committed a crime, and was being deported, but did not get due process. And if she didn't have kids, I wouldn't even care, but she does. And better than that, the two kids are American citizens. There is a choice. We do not have to burden an already overburdened child protective service adoption system. We could just say, hey, you know what? We need these American kids to be American and raised American. We'll just give this woman a green card.
Stanley, that don't solve the problem.
Motherfucker, don't interrupt me.
That does not solve the problem.
Do not interrupt me. I'll let you know when I'm done. The bottom line is we had choices and Tom Homan was too dumb to make them. Due process, the prison mother gets due process. This crime, this lawbreaker needs due process. And it's more important because these two American kids will not be growing up in America because of Tom Homan and Trump's very bad policies. I'm done.
Okay, you
done. So you give them due process.
Go ahead, Jihad.
I'm saying, okay, I agree. Give them due process. They're still going to get deported because they're not supposed to.
And you know what? I'm better if a judge says, hey, but I don't think At least they would have due process,
Let me
and I
ask
would
you
have
this.
less. I would have
They
less
had
of
due
a
process,
show,
Jahad.
and less. I would have to deal with far fewer bad arguments if
What's
due process happened.
They had due process.
And one of the things you said, though,
They did
is,
not.
Stanley, one of the things you said is you'd be okay with giving her a green card. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, legal status.
All right, I got you.
You know how long you have to be here in order to have 2 children?
Okay,
That's so
if it
dangerous. Look how many
literally,
court
I don't give a
Look how many
fuck
court
about.
cases she
Dude,
passed up
you know
on due
what?
process.
You want to? What is your thing?
That's a good
with,
point.
With
That's
what
9
is your
months per
thing?
kid.
It's not a good point. What is your
She was here
thing
for a minute
with
if she had
what
time
is
to have
your
2
thing
kids.
with
She
fornication?
could have
Foreign
been
people coming
gone through
here
that
and
process, but she
fornicating.
didn't.
SKC.
She had a
Stop.
long
Get
time
your
for due
mind
process.
out of that
But she was on her.
Honduran
She
gutter.
was,
Your mind, you're lusting in your heart. I fear.
no, I'm just saying she had a long time for
No,
that.
no. Don't just. I heard what you said. It's disgusting.
No, I didn't
You're
say
talk.
anything
You want to
disgusting.
talk gestation, and fornication and gestation, and it's really not my point.
She passed up a bunch of court cases.
Don't
Her
care.
due process.
I literally said I don't care,
Right. And but other people
and
do.
I don't
And that's
care.
why she's
Can
gone.
we be okay with that?
No, well, that's why, yeah, we can be okay. That's why she's gone.
Okay, and then we disagree. She shouldn't be gone. Is my point.
You don't want to, you want to break in and then you still don't want to
I
do it by
have
the
no
rules?
problems
Then
with
you
her
got to go.
staying here.
Got
I have
to
no
go.
problems. I think my position is clear. I have no problems with her being given a legal status
But
to
why
protect.
though?
Motherfucker, you are boring. I have no problems with her being given a legal status. It is cheaper than the 2 American citizens who are literally being hurt by this bad decision. It is cheaper to give her a green card and make her work and take care of her 2 little American citizens than it would be to take those American citizens and put them in a orphanage somewhere.
But it's cheaper to send them home.
We have literally hurt 2 American citizens with this bad decision. Is my
But
point.
it's cheap. But it's cheaper
How
to
is
send
a
them
plane
home.
ticket
Well, you know
more
what? Money
expensive
is
than
everything
paying
to
for a
folks
life
like
of
you,
healthcare and all
SKC.
this
I
other shit?
understand
Nah.
that.
Buy them some plane tickets, man. That's all it is.
What?
You trying to compare a plane ticket, the cost of flying them out, to the cost of being a burden to the system. You said that she had a daughter that had cancer. I feel sorry for her, but still, they're gonna be taking more
Jihad,
out than they put in.
you're
Especially
not
with something
quite
like
get
cancer, they don't got hundreds of thousands of dollars to
Jihad.
pay for
Come
that.
up to my point. It's not the cancer.
That is meeting your point, though. You're saying it's cheaper
not
to keep them here.
Jihad. It's not Jihad.
You know how
should
much
I just
how expensive
should I?
cancer treatment is?
You know what? I'm just gonna leave you fussing because you're not getting my point, and maybe I'll just leave you in that darkness. I'm not gonna fuss.
Did you
with
not
you
say
about what?
that
I'm not gonna
cancer-
fuss.
that-
I'm not gonna fuss at you late to the conversation about what my point is. I expect you to catch up.
I heard your point, Stanley. You said that
I
it
don't
is
think you
cheaper to
did
keep
because
them
I
here.
did not. I did not hear American citizen cross your lips. That was my point.
Well,
not
you
the
had
answer so much.
multiple factors in your point. The one I'm focused
Okay,
on,
motherfucker, then keep
is-
up with the multiple
No.
factors, weave
The
them
one I'm
into
focused
a
on is you
narrative
said that it is
that's worth
cheaper to
me
keep them
hearing.
here than to send them
Jihad.
out. I'm
Jihad.
calling cap on that. I'm saying no.
Jihad. Keep up.
I'm saying no. It's not cheaper to keep
I
them
don't
here.
care what you're saying at this point.
Okay, well, cool. That's all I needed to say.
Good. You said it. Well, I guess we're done with that. I guess I disagree with this whole panel. America for Americans.
Would you let her and her kids live with you?
You know what? If it came down to that choice, I'd have to see her first.
Why
But
don't
what,
you just
but
say
what about
yes?
the children? But what about the children?
I don't have a problem with kids. Mine's gone.
So you'll raise the kids?
No.
We can move in
I
with you,
literally
Stanley.
said I would have to see her first.
Why would you need to see her? It was about the kids.
Well, you know what? I am a
She's not an
human
American
red blood.
citizen.
I am a red-blooded American male.
This
Before
nigga
you
gonna get
accept a woman
stipulations on
and her
accepting
kids
her, but
into your hood rules
America could
apply.
just
You
accept
know
her
about the
without
hood, right,
stipulations.
SKC?
Man, that's crazy.
No, I don't.
You know about the
Actually, I
hood,
don't.
right,
I don't.
SKC?
I don't know about the hood.
Well, I thought you did.
No, I don't.
You're talking hood talk.
No, I really don't. That is a huge gray area for me. I have blind spots.
A
That's why I
huge
listen
gray
to John.
area. Really?
Yeah, I listen to John and others on that because I don't have a lot of experience in those areas.
Well, you know what? Then John, you know what? Then you'll catch up. John knows all about the hood.
Yeah, I can teach you about a nigga. He have a PhD. We lead this motherfucker.
Hey, no N words on this panel.
So let me get this right. John and Stanley. You're fine with her staying, but when it came to your house, you need to see her first.
Yes.
But wait, hold it.
Would you just let some stranger into your house sight unseen? Is that the kind of youth hostel you're running?
Man,
Would you do that for your country?
All I'm asking, don't give me questions with my questions. Would you allow someone sight unseen into your youth hostel?
No.
Hell no.
No. Don't tell me no.
It's the same shit.
I said I gave you my qualification. I'd have to see her first. I'd have to meet her. Yeah, maybe.
The qualifications for my home is the same for the country.
Exactly.
Don't be illegal.
Just like you would have to meet them. The American qualification for
there goes the Good Samaritan stuff. All that hogwash.
You obey the rules first.
Yeah, okay, Good Samaritan.
Yeah, the neighborly Samaritan did not break any laws.
How do you know that? It does not say that in the Bible whether laws were involved at all. See, you really think that fake biblical knowledge of yours is gonna fly? You need to know who your audience is.
What do you mean?
You heard what I said.
I'm really
the Good Samaritan, the dude the Good Samaritan helped didn't break any laws. What the fuck are you talking about?
He didn't.
He didn't break American laws? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying in that story there were no laws.
Oh, he didn't break American laws because there was no America. I get you.
Right, but there were laws.
Do you know how stupid you sound?
I'm pretty sure I'm
let's concentrate on this little bit. Let's concentrate on this.
Yes, let's go there.
Logic.
Let's go there.
Let's go there.
Yes,
so,
I used the parable. I used the parable, and then I was using.
And it happened before America. I made an offhand joke, and you want to make a big deal out of it.
No, I don't want to make a big deal out of it.
Of course, there were no American laws or any laws broken, but I don't remember laws broken being mentioned. Now, what did I forget in this parable?
But laws existed.
Oh, God, really?
Yes.
You know what? You and John want to nickel and dime. Niggle. Niggle is the word. Niggle. You want to niggle these.
We're in the business of splitting hairs.
You're nigglers. You're nigglers.
We're in the business of splitting hairs. Yes. It makes for great entertainment.
You know what? Yours only.
But yeah, the same rules apply for the household as for country. And I think that yours.
Okay, you do realize the whole point was irrelevant. I don't know why that hair needs to be split.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yes, you asked me a totally dumb question to begin with, and I answered it because I was humoring you when I answered it.
Right, but I think
so. Let's not make that big a deal of it. It was a dumb question. I shouldn't have followed up on it. Now, can we get back to my point? Can we get back to the original point?
I
which
am getting back
was
to the original point.
Americans are being hurt by Trump's deportation policy. He should
Right.
slow his roll and consider due process.
Right. And the only point that I was making, Stanley, is that not you. I'm just saying in general, people that hold that
Oh,
view,
motherfucker, don't
they
say that. You know
they
you meant me.
no, I'm just saying in general
No, I'm
because
just messing with you.
I'm using you as an avatar. But typically, a lot of people that hold that view, they have a different set of rules for their own house than they would for the country.
Well, you don't think that's okay?
They'll impose.
Well, no.
other people.
You don't
So
think.
far as it's
You
out of their
don't
sight,
think that
but they will
do
not
you
take
think your
on those
household
responsibilities
is
themselves.
synonymous with a whole country? What kind of crazy logic is that?
No, it's not crazy logic. It's
Okay, so
principle.
your house is like a country. Is that what you're saying?
No,
In
I'm
a
saying the
weird way,
principle.
Okay, then,
kinda, the
I'm saying the
values,
principle.
dude, then you
the values
sound
most
crazy, and I
Americans have
just
in their
pointed
house,
it
they
out.
want
If
they
the
want
answer
America to
is no,
no, Stanley. The
dude,
values that most
your
Americans
house is
have in their
not
house.
like a country.
But look, hear
No,
me out.
I'm
Hear me
saying
out
the
with this.
principle is the same.
Okay,
The
Jahad,
values
go
most
ahead.
Americans have
Let's
in their
hear you
house.
out.
The values most Americans have in their house. I would think that they would want the rest of the country to reflect that. So yeah, if it goes against like how they're raising people in their house, or how the most Americans are raising in their house, they're not going to want to see the country go in that direction. Yeah, so I think there is a
Horrible
correlation
argument.
there.
It would never. Horrible argument.
Great argument, Jihad. That's the principle.
I mean, I guess I'm crazy to say that. Yeah, most
So
Americans would want
every
the country to
house
share their
has to
values.
have the same values.
No, but I'm saying at that point it would
Do
be like
you have a tank in front of your home to defend it against enemies?
it's gonna be a populist thing at that point. The majority of
Okay,
opinions is gonna rule
you don't know
the
my
culture.
opinion of populism.
No, but I'm
I
saying
think
the populist
populism.
opinion is gonna rule the
I
culture. And I
think
think, and I
populism.
honestly think it should be like that.
Populism
Like,
leads
that's
to
democracy.
Trump.
But that's democracy. Trump is democracy. You want some communist bullshit where, everybody hates it, but we still got to go along with it.
It's an odd situation, isn't it? It's like I need to see her first, but everybody else does it.
Sorry. So you think I need to see her as communism?
No, I'm saying that.
Okay, and Jihad, just
view.
to address Jihad's point, Jihad, you're more communist than I am. Populism has never worked in the United States of America. Do your homework.
But isn't that
and as a matter of fact,
isn't that what America's founded on? Like,
no, America is founded on the opposite of populism,
which is
elitism. None of the founding fathers were poor.
I mean,
the House of Representatives.
I could agree with you on
okay,
that.
Dude,
I'm saying
you won't listen to this.
Listen
to this history lesson. Let me dispel the weird notion that America was founded on populism. The only reason that the House of Representatives is as representative as it is they just didn't want another whiskey rebellion or Shays rebellion. Okay, the framers of the Constitution feared direct democracy or populism or anything like that because at the time they didn't think non-elites were even capable of governing. You need to do your homework, son.
So then why would they want a non-elite woman and her children to be here?
Okay, you think the framers are deciding this?
I'm just saying that's the
no. You asked the question, so I'm going to beat you up on the stupid question because you know me, SKC. I never taught my son that all questions were good. I'm not that kind of guy. So
Okay.
it was a dumb question. So let me address it. The framers had no clue
About
this woman and her 2 American citizen kids. They
yeah,
never
because
envisioned it. They never envisioned it.
yeah, right, because they would not have wanted her, right?
You know what? They probably would have enslaved her.
Right. So why don't we continue with those principles? You the one that stated America first, right?
SKC, you know it's a weak argument, and you're trying
No,
to create.
I'm
You're
just
trying to
continuing.
create something out of nothing. I
I'm just
understand. I
continuing.
understand your level of sophistry. I admire, but stop it.
No, I just want to follow
Your
to its
level of
logical
sophistry
conclusion.
is masterful, except I'm better at it.
But you, of course, you're better at it than I am. You've been doing it longer.
Oh,
you have more experience.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I pale in comparison.
Bottom line
to the
is
level
that
of sophistry
all I'm
that
saying,
you
the
can- that
only
you can
thing the
spew.
framers would have to say about this is the lady should have her due process.
Right.
And if I don't agree with the decision, I don't agree with it. However, I couldn't say Holman was judge, jury, and deporter.
Yeah, and I don't know. I applaud it. I think that more of it needs to happen, and it needs to happen faster.
Well, you know what? If you get your way, and it seems currently you are, that it's going to happen more. More bad decisions will
what I wish.
lead to Trump being at 40% approval rating.
You know what I wish, Stanley? I wish John was.
I
the
want
not
more of it to
Tom
happen.
Homan. I wish
That
John
means,
was over it.
you know what?
If John
Tom
was over it,
Homan
what
for
would-
president.
I think John would do a better job than Tom.
You know what? You don't want me to go there now, do you?
I think John has some unique ideas of how he would, because he has seen a lot of things, and I think that he
Well,
would.
you know,
that
once
he
you're
would
done giving the
increase the-
lavage to John.
No, I think that he may have some unique ideas of how to accomplish that.
You know what? There's a reason.
Get these little niggas out here, man. Get them little niggas out of here, man.
I have no idea why y'all are just.
I am that
like,
nigga, John
polishing.
Gold.
I love the kind of sycophancy. I admire you two.
I just want to say for the record, let me see, because you did say this, and it has to be a title. You guys just want to niggle, and you guys just want to niggle and dime. That's got to be a future title.
You know what? I hadn't thought of that word in a while, but you know.
Yeah, that's definitely a future title.
All right.
Yeah,
well, let me write it down.
I'm glad that you put this
So-
article up.
Everything that I'm reading here. Oh, my bad, SKC.
No, I'll just say it real quick. I'm glad that you put this article up, Stanley, because what has Canada accomplished like in the last 200 years?
I'm not familiar with their history in detail, but I will tell you what they accomplished in this election. Would you like to know what they accomplished in this election?
I don't think anybody really cares about whatever Canada
Well,
accomplishes.
people-
I think the globe doesn't really care about Canada like that.
People like yourself don't care. I actually care because, God damn it, like I told Ryan, my maple syrup is, I'm gonna have to do Vermont versus Canada. So,
Oh, I thought that was I thought Canada was India Part 2.
well, you know what? So you are up on the Khalistan problems they're having. So, I should know you would know stuff like this rare that nobody knows about stuff. All right, well, I'm gonna have to give you that one then. If you know what Khalistan is and the problems they're having, the dude who was assassinated, there was like an assassination there, several. So temple bombings, fires or whatever. So
Yeah,
SK say
people
kudos that you know
plowing
about
through
Canada.
crowds and so forth. Yeah, pooping in streams and stuff.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, the only thing I have left are just going through general newspapers. In my lovely Tiffany Silver, which I will not subject her to you hyenas.
Yeah, don't do that.
Oh, you
Oh
know who
wait,
Tiffany Silver is, though, right, Lou?
no, who is Tiffany?
Oh no, she's a YouTuber, a YouTube
Oh,
content creator
please.
from
I
Jamaica.
just want to hear what does she talk about?
Well, this is going to be cooking. She has like a pretty decent outdoor show, fishing and that sort of stuff. Mostly fishing and camping in Jamaica.
Oh man, the great outdoors.
Hey, I love women who are outdoorsy.
So does Honduras. I just had to get that in. I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't do it, Stanley. I see what you love. I see what you love, Stanley. Don't do it.
No, it's all right. Hey, you know what? Those kids will be fine. I just have a problem with Tom Homan and the whole MAGA stuff. But
It
the
keeps
good
saying
thing
here
is
that the children weren't deported, saying the mom made the choice to take the kids with her.
The mom chose to take them. They were deported. All
Correct.
I'm saying is that the American citizens, even though they're minors, should come first.
Right. So Tom sat him down, said, "Hey, you got
giving someone who's not American, who only has one choice, keep them or don't keep them. To me, that's just bad policy. You could take some time to run it through due process. Probably still, if it went against what I would prefer, my preference would be give the woman a green card and make her work and give those kids an all-American, America first patriotic education. We've lost 2 opportunities.
You said make her work. What if she don't want to work?
Okay, John, I don't, maybe in your neighborhood, women don't want to work. I'm guessing if the choice is work or be deported, she'll work. Maybe we should go into your hood and give some women and some people that opportunity. Are you pro Homan in the ghetto? Because I propose that policy. Homan in the ghetto. Get your ass a job to pay John Gall or be deported. What do you think their choices would be?
Women work. Like I like where you
get your ass to work to pay John Galt or be deported. What do you, I bet you would love Homan for doing that, wouldn't you?
Like, listen to this thing. You say you can make her work.
John, I'm not playing those niggling games. I'm not gonna be a niggler.
I mean, that's interesting. You would add a condition because you can't guarantee.
Okay, don't tell me what I'm doing.
She could get hit by a car as soon as she leave the courtroom.
Okay, I don't know why we're even talking about this. I stated my opinion and you want to interrogate it. Usually that would be cool, but usually you don't ask good questions.
Yeah, that's interesting. You want to put it to work. I just said it's interesting.
Oh, well, why not? What's wrong with work, John?
You gonna force her to work?
What's wrong with work, John?
Forced work?
Well, you're forcing her to take her 2 American citizens with her. How about let's make some money on, if you're going to force people to do stuff, let's see if we can make a couple bucks.
Oh.
We spent money to deport her. We could make money by keeping her and get 2 good American citizens out of it who will work.
Due process costs money.
And it's money well spent.
That's up for debate.
Yeah, I don't know
Well,
about that
of
one,
course it's
Stanley.
up for debate.
May 15th, baby. May 15th.
Yeah, I mean, she made her choice, man. She made her
And
choice. They
I
said
think
they
I
said they
think
said
she
either
did not
debate.
have a
You
choice,
could.
Lou.
Tom said you could either be
Lou,
deported,
one option,
you could
one
stay here,
option.
or you could live with Stanley.
I'm
And she
sorry,
said, I got to
Lou.
see
You
Stanley
know what?
first.
You are as obtuse as John Galt.
No, she said, I got to see Stanley first. I got to see what he looks like. And they said no.
Well,
And she said,
I
well, I'll
give
go
her
to
a lot of
Honduras.
choices. However, that wasn't on the table. Look at this dude.
Give her a lot of choices.
No, all I'm saying is that
I have a question, Stanley.
Constitution über alles.
Would you have a different feeling if she was Egyptian?
No, I'd have the same opinion. You know what? Now, these are guys I was talking about. Egyptian women I've never had a problem with.
What happened if it was Egyptian?
However, you don't get I mean, I never saw Egyptian women in the Pirates Cove.
What happened if it was an Egyptian dude with 2 children?
That's a good question. I'd probably feel the same way.
Oh, okay.
So, all right. Well, this show will be coming to an end fairly soon. Everyone, make sure you hit the like button, by the way. You have gotten premium entertainment. Make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Share this form of entertainment far and wide with your friends worldwide. In Honduras, I hear they're really interested in this conversation.
Yeah, I think Honduras loves their
Please subscribe.
They have a storied history and a what I find a fascinating culture, and I think that it is wrong for
Have
us
you
to-
actually been there?
No, I have not. I have not.
Okay,
but you know, I think that all cultures that we should respect them and their citizens, and I think it's kind of wrong for us to just impose our will upon somebody else's citizens and their children. Like, you belong here. Like, no, well, you know, hey.
let me ask you a question.
They may have a better life in Honduras.
Do American citizens who cannot make a choice for themselves, is growing up in Honduras the equivalent of growing up in America for an American citizen? Okay. See, you folks can't. You MAGA folks are prevaricators. There's always a but in your answer. Yes
no but.
or no. Yes or no to direct questions is anathema to your type of thinking.
Yeah, a
My simple question, let me restate it, is an American growing up in Honduras for an American, even if they're a minor American, is a Honduran childhood as great as an American childhood?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if your answer is yes, I have to accept your badly reasoned answer, but it is your answer.
I don't have a colonizer mindset that I think that.
Yeah, I know. I heard. Who was it who said that? Ryan.
It's a bad
you know what? Ryan is best friends with Be Brave, so I bet he doesn't even know what a colonizer is.
Yeah, I don't have this idea that growing up in other places, you know, it cripples people.
Oh, I didn't say it would cripple. I said, is it equivalent? That was my question. Is it equal to?
Yes.
So Honduran childhood is as good as American childhood? Okay.
Yes.
Interesting answer.
If you're Honduran, I would say so. If you're not Honduran,
Okay.
probably not.
Except the choice was if you're an American child growing up in Honduras. would you have as good a childhood as you would in America? Are the two childhoods equal? That was my
Yeah.
question.
Yes.
I think so. Yeah.
I think
Okay.
it largely
Well, then
depends on
you
the
know
parent.
what? I have to accept both your answers then.
Because I take
I
the
have to.
thought here.
Don't qualify it. Stand by your yes.
Well, I think
Yeah.
Stanley.
I think Stanley would be just as good of a parent in
Y'all
Honduras than he would
think
in
much
America.
too much.
I think Stanley, what you're doing is really belittling people growing up. People grow up all over the world, man. And
Okay, I think what you're doing is making shit up.
no, I think
I
that
wasn't talking about the culture other than growing up in the culture.
I mean, those people are perfectly fine. They're proud.
Those people are perfectly fine.
come to this-
Then, America is not the best country on earth. There are many that
it's-
are equal culturally. Okay, I get it.
right. It's the best for us, and their country probably.
Oh,
is the best.
no. It's my question, John, is for an American child. I wasn't talking about a Honduran child. I was talking about an American child.
Well, their child is Honduran,
And
but
that child is 5 or 7. They
Yeah.
know American culture. It's not a guess
I bet you
about their. It's not a guess for them.
If
They
that
will know the difference.
If their child grew up in a Honduran household, they know Honduran.
Okay, we're not talking about a child who grew up in a Honduran household. Again, MAGA voters, far right, anti-black
Honduran household
motherfuckers always have just a whataboutism.
No, but did she grow up in a Honduran household? I don't know. Did she?
She grew up in America. And it's a boy. I think it's a boy, 5 years old, and a girl. I'd have to go back and reread the article. My point is that these, I don't care what they speak. They speak American for all I care.
Stanley said that culture starts
Okay,
at
see,
home.
you want to skip over to, y'all can't, you know what? I accept that you have to do a patchwork argument to get at my, hold on, let me finish my monologue. HB gets a monologue, let me get one. I accept that the far right anti-black folks have to patch together arguments to address my very salient points, and I have to give y'all grace. So go ahead and take your grace, John.
No, I think you've been a little bit hypocritical. That's just my thought.
Oh, I'm not above hypocrisy.
Yeah, there you go. As long as you admit it.
Oh, hey, I'm very self-aware. So I guess we can move on. Let's see. We talked about Canada. I think the fallout from Canada is the Liberals won, and they didn't have to in Canada. Not that I care that much. So Trump basically ensured an anti-Trump stance from a liberal perspective in Canada. Good job, Trump. Grants tie DEI, writing to the future. Interesting. We talked about the F-18 that fell off because the Houthis started shooting at a carrier in the Persian Gulf. I just don't know why. I think that's a bad place. Trump's handling of the military is shoddy. Pete Hegseth is just, he needs to go. Who put that carrier in the Persian Gulf? Probably the reason that carrier is there is just to provoke the Houthis. So that anti-war bullshit that Trump supposedly has, he's provoking a war, in my opinion. Any thoughts on that?
I'll just say that I think he has the right to do whatever he wants. He's the POTUS.
Yep, including being cruel, heartless, and dumb. So
Oh,
I
I
agree
did
with you.
see this thing, John. I don't know if you saw it or not, but did you see that thing on whitehouse.gov about the HBCU package?
Trump's giving the HBCU package. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Another one.
Yeah, let me see. I'll send you the link.
Keeping hope alive.
Well, that's what MAGA should do. Another generation of blacks who think there's a community. Good job, Trump.
There you go, John. It's in the chat.
I tell blacks all the time, Stanley, like, you know, the probably one of the most dangerous things that can happen to you if you think that, you know, one of these blacks are, you know, like, you know, your brethren. You know, like, shit, they kill each other all the time, you know. You're very correct. Like, anyone telling them that, you know, that, hey, that's your bro, man. Hey, shit, you real wrong, you know.
Well, you and I do agree on that. Dumb blacks are just, and the anti-blacks who I consider dumb are the worst. White racists like Be Brave, they're just kind of an annoyance, somewhat an anachronism. There are people like Thomas Sowell, and Thomas Sowell actually can't blame him because he thought he was right. It's the people who have read him and taken it too far because they really didn't understand him in the first place. Or I think the black community, what SKC calls the communita, it's imploding, and not because of externals. I think because there's no core.
That is a fascinating observation.
Am I wrong? Why is
No,
it
no,
fascinating?
I would like for you to flesh it out a bit more. What do you mean that
Well, there's
core?
nothing more to flesh out. Self-hatred is literally imploding the black community, the conceptual black community.
Okay. Yeah, you were telling me about this. You were stating that there's the people that are damaging it the most are the anti-blacks.
Well, the black people inside of it, the
Yeah.
actual, I've taken to calling them the legacy black Americans, not FBA. ADOS I'm actually fairly comfortable with. However, legacy black Americans, and when I say legacy black Americans who have roots that at least stretch back, to the Civil War or before.
So you're saying that within that quote unquote communitized, I call it.
Well, I think it's within the community, mostly because they don't know the history. People who take, like, say, a Booker T. Washington hook, line, and sinker without understanding that was 100+ years ago.
So you're saying that they're bastardizing
Booker T. Washington does not apply in 2025 without someone like a W.E.B. Du Bois. You actually need them both. And you can choose one or the other, but you have to actually understand both sides of that argument. And I think both Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois pale in comparison to, say, Frederick Douglass.
I agree with that.
And Marcus Garvey, I don't even know why he's talked about.
I agree as well. What do you think, John? What do you think about that the idea that the anti-blacks are the biggest problem facing the 21st century?
Oh, no. You got me wrong. They are the biggest problem within the black community. A bigger problem than white racists. The black racists are the problem. The anti-black blacks.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
Man, I was telling somebody I was at a bus stop just the other day, and a black lady was talking so much shit about other black people. She's poor black at the bus stop.
Did you invite her to this channel?
And
She fit in.
Well, one of the ladies that when she got on the bus, one of the ladies said, I don't know why she hang around black people and talk about her own people like that. And I think the people who bump into black people have dealings with them are the ones that maybe you perceive as anti-black. But it's probably
Well, no, I don't just. When you're done, I'll tell you who I perceive as anti-black.
Okay. We may have a confusion there, but I think there is a lot of anti-black amongst the people who live among the blacks, the poor blacks, who they can't fucking make heads or tails out of shit, can't get any cooperation with anybody. Them motherfuckers are mad, angry, you know what I'm saying? And they probably would be considered anti-black. I hear it all day on the bus.
Good. So can we belabor this point, or have you made your point? Because I get the point.
It sounds like you don't have a very high opinion of these people, John.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not expressing an opinion. I'm saying that those people who have to deal with other blacks have a very strong opinion about the other blacks they have to deal with. That's just been my opinion.
Well, let me ask you a question, and this is to John and SKC. Are most blacks poor? Do most blacks live in the hood?
Well, I'm saying the blacks, when they have to...
No. I'm not asking you what you're saying. I asked a question.
I don't know.
No.
I don't know what the statistics.
I say
Are
no.
well, then, if you don't know the statistics, how can you be so sure of your point?
Well, I'm just saying.
My point, you say most black people who live amongst poor blacks are anti-black.
Yeah.
My question to you, are most black people classified as poor?
I don't know what their numbers look like. I have no
Okay,
idea.
well then, if you don't know, maybe I'll help you here. Most black people don't live in the hood. Now, not by a very large margin.
What is the definition of a hood?
You want to know what the hood is?
Well, by the definition that you said they don't live there, what would be the definition of that hood? Everybody might have a different definition.
Well, the best I can tell, because I haven't been able to separate out urban, and I haven't done deep research into what is considered urban. I did a whole show last week. I did a whole show last week about diversity within the black community. Sorry you missed it, but essentially, I'm gonna guess it's like maybe 56% of black people don't live in urban areas. So that's now we're dealing with what 44% or something like that living in urban areas, and I haven't been able to separate out what's hood from like living in an urban area, because not every urban area is in the hood. So and then we can talk about income. Roughly 68% of black people are working class or above. Now, there's a category for working poor. I'm assuming if you're not in that working poor classification, you're at least doing okay working class and above. So 68% are not working class poor or outright poor. Roughly 56%, and I could be wrong, but it's right around 56% do not even live in urban areas. Now, there is suburban poor, and I haven't been able to separate that out either. However, suffice it to say, even if I just take those raw numbers that are unresearched, most black people do not live in urban areas, least of all the hood.
Okay.
And I can provide you with the numbers.
Yeah, no,
I can give you the sources.
Yeah, send them to me. I trust you, but you can send them to me, sure. I'm going to do a stream about it.
So most people in the black community are not technically poor. Now, there are all kinds of caveats, where you live in the country, geography matters. So, but if black people don't trust, live amongst black poor, and they don't trust black people because they're poor, I suggest it's their problem.
So you're saying that the behavior patterns that John features is mainly among poor blacks?
No. And my counter question to you, do most black people act like hip hop culture? Because I'm thinking that's where you're going with this.
No,
Correct me if I'm wrong. Do most black people act like, they are in some gangster rap video? Even the kids. Now, kids, but and if you think they do, provide me with resources, provide me with data. And there's a step beyond this. I'm gonna go.
I think that if that was not a dominant part of the culture, then you wouldn't have a Jasmine Crockett.
Okay, and I thoroughly disagree with you. Do you know Jasmine Crockett's background?
Yes, I do.
Well, to hip up the audience, who I'm sure between Portia and John, they probably already know. Her acting like she does, in my opinion, is a choice. And a bad choice, but a choice.
I think it's a calculated choice based upon
literally, you are echoing what I said. You use calculated, that's implied in a choice.
So why does she make that choice?
Excuse me. Could be that she wants to connect with an audience that she, you know what? I'm going to make it even basic, because this is one of my things. For better or for worse, she has chosen not to be herself. And if herself is Portia says is ghetto, then she's defied her upbringing and training.
Why do you think she defied her upbringing and training? You don't know
I
anything.
don't care about that. We can get into that later.
I think I know.
I'm saying I think she is making SKC's calculated choice. I think she's not being herself. She's trying to identify with a crowd that she's not necessarily of.
No, she's very popular.
I'm sorry, what?
She's very popular.
Yeah, and you know what? She's reaping the benefits, but in circles like yours, for instance, she's not being.
No, it can't be my circle.
She's not being taken seriously.
Yeah, to people like me, but
she's like a pop star, not and this is going to sound horrible. She's Elvis, but not the Beatles.
Okay, but she is popular, and who is she popular among?
And I don't, you know me, I don't care about that. I'm saying she's making bad choices. If she's popular now, she won't be remembered in 20 years.
And yeah, that's fine. Typically, rappers aren't remembered in 20 years.
Okay, my point is that I don't care if she's popular. She's making a bad choice at being popular. She's being popular versus substantive.
Right. And all I'm saying is that
she's no Barbara Jordan or Shirley Chisholm.
Right. And all I'm saying is that she is following a cultural trend, which is accepted.
What's the cultural trend she's following?
That style of hip hop style. Of
what's the style? Does it have a name?
I don't know. I think you may be able to coin a name for it. You can't be
You know what?
braveism,
What
so
she's not
maybe
understanding is she's not Jesse Jackson. You know that what's her name? But
I don't think she wants to be any of
Sheila
that.
Lee. She's trying to be Sheila Lee when Sheila Lee is not called for.
I don't think that she's trying to be any of those. I think that she's trying to emulate more of like the hip hop
Well,
rapper
Felix
type
Fish
people.
thinks she's being herself, and I don't. Of course, I don't even care that much that I've gone this long with it.
Yeah, and I think it's just a fascinating piece of evidence of here you have
Free
this
Zone Lou,
individual.
Free Zone Lou, I'm unapologetically black. Am I like Jasmine Crockett? Maybe in some ways. I think John would say I am because I overtalk everybody and I'm demanding.
But yeah, I mean, she's popular, so there must be a group of people that like what she's
Well,
doing.
let me ask you a question. You seem to be enamored with popularity. Do you think that's a good thing?
No, it's just an observation. I'm not enamored. I'm just observing.
Are you voting for her?
Excuse me?
You're in
Excuse me?
Texas. You're going to vote for her, aren't you? Oh, no, you're not in Texas. My bad. Would you vote for her? And you know what? That's a dumb question. I don't really care who you vote for. What's up, CK?
What's going on, Stanley?
Oh, just being my usual silly self, getting beat up and not doing good counterpunching.
I got a question. Is
Yes, sir.
is Jasmine Crockett the same as MTG?
Oh, to me,
No,
I think they're both.
to both you
I
guys.
think they're both equally bad, to be honest.
Okay, so what culture does MTG what is he displaying?
Well, MAGA culture, which to me is like be brave level culture, it's just uneducated and wallowing in the. I'm glad I don't read books. That's literally some shit that Be Brave will say. Hey, I've never read a book in my life. That sort of attitude. No, seriously, Be Brave says that.
Oh my God.
Why are you laughing, SKC? Where have you been?
Hey, babe, have you ever heard of somebody said proudly, "I've never read a book in my life"?
You think please don't think I'm hyperbolizing. I'm not.
No, he has said he said it plenty of time.
Okay.
See, you think I'm kidding about this. This dude, this dude is scary. And MTG is of that ilk. Trump is of that ilk.
My point, Stanley, is that we tend to separate in America these. Okay, this is the urban or so-called black culture, when you literally have the same thing on both sides. To me, it's just
right.
It's just American culture. I don't separate it. Oh, this is white culture. This is black culture. No, we both are here. We both created. This what we have. This society of America. It's just an American culture. Period.
Well, you know what? I would tend to agree with you. And again, you've been in the military, so you've seen some stuff. Let me make a quick point to Webster here. MTG actually pushes for legislation, but has never passed any, has never drafted any. So that is just a ridiculous statement. They're equal. I said they're equally bad. They're equally as unaccomplished, if you're right. Pushed for policies is not the same thing as drafting a policy. Trump does not push legislation. He writes executive orders and then wants to force them into court. Once again, I don't know where you get this shit from, Webster, but I'm sure Trump pushes for legislation every now and again, but last legislation I remember off the top of my head he was against, which was some sort of immigration reform. What law does a president pass? He certainly signed a bunch of executive orders. So do better, son. And SKC, any comment? Because I've been hogging the mic. I think SKC, we must have lulled him to sleep. Well, I'm going to have to go out with this coup de grace because I actually do have a doctor's appointment. And let's see, I saw that they're pushing. Nah, Trump's not going to be impeached. That's just folly. There's not anywhere near impeach. Let him draft the bill. It'll never get out of committee. So good luck to them doing that. Trump is pushing for mandatory voter ID and no taxes on people. You know what? He is going to get neither. States control how they do elections, for starters. Trump does not. He does. He doesn't even have that much. Excuse me. He doesn't even have that much leverage over blue states because they make money. Red states don't. And no taxes on people less than 150K, dependent on if tariffs work. Tariffs are not working. So another pipe dream. Thank you for bringing it up, Webster. Democrats got to pass the bills and stop holding up progress. Democrats have no power in Congress and currently don't hold the presidency. Once again, uninformed, Webster. You must be listening to a Hood Conservative on politics. Hood Conservative literally is an idiot when it comes to politics. But keep doing what you're doing. You want to know about politics? Oddly enough, I would recommend either. Well, I know politics. I have a bias, of course. SKC, decent at politics. Stop listening to people who don't know shit about politics. States can let illegals no, they cannot. Doesn't happen. It's a made up issue on the MAGA side. So again, bad politics. I'm going to play this right quick, and then after this, I'm on my way out because I actually do have to get some sleep before this doctor's appointment. So, this woman, I wish she makes me wish to be young again. Don't know that I would want to live in Jamaica, but she'd make me think about it. Kind of like if I had a Honduran woman knock on my door.
To my channel. So hey guys, welcome back to my channel. So judging from what I have on, I just came back from the gym. I feel pretty good. I feel pretty energized. I didn't know what to post this week. Just being honest. I cut my finger last week and it hasn't healed fully. So I wasn't able to do any water-based activities and I really miss the water. But also I wanted to keep it rested. Every time I try to do something, I get lick up. So I took a small break and I'll be back next week with some more videos. But I was scrolling through my hard drive the other day and I saw this video that I did, a little small video of when I was in Trinidad. It was me, Alan, Linny, and Nadi. And we went to this river. It was definitely a chill look of vibe, which I enjoy most of the time because even though I do a lot of epic adventures, there are so many simple but fun ways to enjoy Trinidad. So I'm about to show you guys right now. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. It's dinner time.
It's dinner. So what you have here?
I think this is a curry chicken.
Yeah.
So we have curry chicken.
Yeah.
What is this?
Mango.
Mango.
Pumpkin.
Pumpkin.
That look like
Cow.
nah. That is potato and chana. Right.
Okay.
And the roti inside there.
Okay, we have roti. Yeah, but I catch you.
Oh, that looks like she's puppy.
Which other one? This? I can try this. Let me try this.
Try a little bit and everything. And
Yeah.
see what you like.
Pumpkin. So we have little piece of mango in it?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, nice. So the Kumar feeding our monster. And then we have little monster.
Yeah.
That cooked for me last night.
Hold on.
I see you. Curry chicken.
Sorry.
Curry chicken, nice man. And the potato. Potato nice is like potato with pepper, like flavor, a bunch of
Pimento?
flavor. Yeah. Or you call it pimento. It's nice.
Daddy,
So good.
this is your water?
What, Linny?
I took your water.
Oh, my.
Accidentally.
There's a little thing in here.
You can't just go in the river there, so.
I ate the lorry.
You didn't see the sign? Children eat all their food before entering the water.
Now this is kind of weird. Thought she was going to be swimming. Oh, here we go.
So we just finished eating some lunch. So we're going to be doing tilapia catching now. We're going to catch some tilapia fish. I'm excited. Let's go.
Yeah, this isn't wild.
All right, so welcome to Agua Viva. So Agua Viva is Spanish for living water. And the reason why we chose that name is because of the pond. Roughly about 22 years ago, we discovered there was a natural underground spring that fed water into this area. We used to have a stream running there. And this is like the kind of swampland or the swamp area of the Lutino Valley. Yes, we believe it's that because directly behind this property is the Lutino River. The pond is roughly about 6 feet deep.
Okay.
Yeah, 6.5 maximum. You don't want nothing much deeper than that ingredients and up there. Anything much lower. We have spring pond here. Yeah. I was telling Alan just now. Probably about a month or two.
Well, folks, let me stop this right quick. I see John has done a Be Brave here and talked about me saying self-hate is the cause of the Black community imploding. So guess I'm going to have to go over there and basically say that he's misquoting, taking out of context. This is what the anti-blacks do. They will just run and make a show, take a word or two out of context. basically the anti-blacks are like mainstream media in a lot of ways. So I'll go over there for a bit, kind of, refute. And I guess I'm not surprised, but I am disappointed. And I do have a doctor's appointment in the early afternoon. So, I can only talk about this kind of stupidity. I forgot to mention stupidity being part of the problem, but don't mean all black people. I just mean anti-blacks. But they take, they're not able to discern what I mean. They just go for it. So all of a sudden, even people on the Urban Landlord are taking my points, stretching them, mangling them, and then doing shows about it. I'm going to have to figure out how to monetize this sort of stuff. So anyway, on my way out, support your host. And by the way, Dolomite, certainly appreciate you supporting the show. Definitely appreciate it. And yeah, you and I never agree on stuff, but I do respect that, you appreciate whatever, points I try to make, and understand them, obviously. So you should talk to John Galt and tell him to not be drunk and high when I try and make substantive points. That might be a lesson. That drunk and high bullshit might be the problem with his particular community. So hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Share the wealth and the animosity, for that matter. And please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. And I more than likely will be on again overnight. So look forward to seeing y'all. And who knows what we'll talk about. Talk to y'all later.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard, twerk, twerk, twerk.